Ginger Gadsden is on assignment.
And I'm Julie Broughton. We are tracking some stormy weather across Central Florida. Our weather team has designated today a weather aware day.
Yeah, we have a lot to get to today, but first we want to get right into the studio where meteorologist Jordan Patrick is standing by tracking all that rain on the radar for us right now. Jordan?
Yeah, Lisa, we're getting a lot of strikes of lightning out there, especially over towards Cape Canaveral, where we are continuing coverage of that rocket explosion last night. But right now towards Christmas, just south and east of University Park, notice all of these shades of dark reds and purples. That's signifying extremely heavy rainfall, even the possibility of maybe some hail out at least into the clouds. And notice that's continuing to make its way towards the south and east, over towards Canaveral Acres, over into Cocoa Beach, off Rockledge as well. We're continuing to watch this cell, which is bringing in some frequent lightning as well. Cocoa Beach dry for now, but we'll start to see some of that moving on in, let's say over the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And back out towards Bithlo, we're also seeing some heavy rainfall starting to lightening up over University Park, Oviedo, into the Goldenrod area as well. But we still have some ponding on the roadways from all of this heavy thunderstorm activity that we saw about 15 minutes ago. Over towards Midway, drying things out now, but I'm still watching these cells over Orange City and Deltona. Still some standing water from the showers we saw yesterday, so some minor flooding concerns for the Sanford Midway area is definitely possible. And out towards Ethel into Bay Ridge, and Apopka getting in on some of this action as well. And we're going to continue to see these showers and thunderstorms developing over the next few hours with the sea breeze. Julie, Lisa, we'll talk more about your hour by hour forecast coming up in a few.
All right, Jordan, thank you. And you mentioned it. Our other top story tonight, all the fallout from that massive explosion along the Space Coast last night.
News 6 anchor Eric Von Aken leads our continuing coverage of this. Eric, what can you tell us?
Julie, Lisa, really, this was something we have never seen on our Space Coast before. Hopefully, we never do again. We know so many people are still talking about these pictures, the stunning visual of the New Glenn mega rocket exploding like this on the launch pad. I want to give you another look at it. Almost looks like, and this is what disturbs so many people, a mushroom cloud billowing from that pad. This was just after 9 last night. People felt it all across the Space Coast. The rocket and the pad today are obliterated. 320 feet tall, nearly as tall as a football field is long, all gone. These new images today show what's left of that launch pad. You can see a lot of charring, the scorched towers, twisted beams around where this rocket stood. You see on the ground, and then look to the water tower on the right. Speculation is that is damaged. That is the launch tower. That will likely need to be rebuilt as well, and no vehicle, no rocket anywhere in these pictures. This explosion could be seen from miles across Brevard County. A boater took this video from Cape Marina at Port Canaveral, about 5.5 miles away from the explosion site. This is about as far as the Kia Center and the mall at Millenia. Another person took this video from the beach nearby. You can see that fireball, how it lit up the sky with that deep orange glow. Miraculously, though, and we've said this a few times, but we want to be clear, nobody was hurt in the explosion because this was a test fire of the engines, so they clear the pad. Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos posted on social media that all personnel are accounted for and are safe. Here's Jeff Bezos' full statement, quote, "Personnel accounted for and safe. Too early to know the root cause, but we're already working to find it. Very rough day, but we'll rebuild whatever needs rebuilding and get back to flying. It's worth it," he says. We have been pushing for answers for you from lawmakers all day, space industry leaders, and experts to try and get to the bottom of what happened. If there are any health safety concerns with everything that blew up and ended up in that giant smoke cloud. And of course, where do we go from here? We talked with the CEO of Space Florida. That's the authority dedicated to driving the aerospace industry forward along the Space Coast. We asked him about the moment that he found out about this as it happened last night and the fallout since. Well, he told us we need to talk to Blue Origin for any specific details on what went wrong during this test firing of the engines and the damage from the explosion. But we heard from our space experts that it took out at least one of the lightning towers, as I said earlier, at that pad and caused some other damage we're still trying to get a better understanding of. We know Blue Origin will not be flying anytime soon. The FAA is going to demand a thorough investigation. Yet, despite all of this, the CEO of Space Florida tells us a setback for Blue Origin is not necessarily a setback for the entire space industry.
When you look at the bigger picture, I think we just saw a launch this morning, right? So when you talk about the spaceport as a whole, I think it shows the level of resilience that the system has.
Now, we've also talked to the chair of the Congressional Space Committee, Mike Haradopoulos, who says he is in touch with NASA's administrator, who is looking at the launch pad 36 today. He tells me he's on the ground trying to get a better idea of how bad this really is and what to do now. He says that they're doing everything they can to get this pad operational again because we've been talking about this. It's vital to the space race and the mission to land back on the moon. The anomaly impacted more than just NASA facilities. There's people living, of course, just a few miles from where the explosion happened. People walk on the beach and they see this launch pad in the distance. This gave them, as you would imagine, quite a scare. We talked with dozens of people who spent the day on the beach. Many say they not only heard the explosion, but they felt it inside their houses, in some cases in their beds. It shook them, promoting them to come down to the beach and take pictures of this fiery explosion you see on your screen. We asked them about their concerns about air quality or about debris washing up on the beach. They're not worried about it at all, despite this warning from emergency managers they might find something.
I think everything's fine. We didn't smell anything or haven't really seen anything, so I think everybody's okay.
This is methane and liquid oxygen, and what you get out of that is CO2 and water. So that's not a dangerous mix of chemicals.
Reassuring, certainly. We talked with the Brevard County Emergency Management today, who say that they do not handle any debris collection, or you should not handle any if it washes ashore. The Coast Guard, Blue Origin, and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection are tasked with cleaning this up. If you find something, take a look at your screen right now. We got a number for you. Blue Origin posted this on X this morning, saying if you come across stuff, do not touch it immediately. Reach out to Mission Recovery at blueorigin.com or call that number right there in the middle, 321-222-4355. Certainly, this could have been much worse. People could have been injured. Again, they were not. If the weather didn't cooperate, likely this smoke cloud would have been worse. We want to check back in with News 6 meteorologist Jordan Patrick. Jordan, the weather last night, in particular, the way the wind was blowing, played in our favor. I mean, this was huge for us. We got lucky, essentially.
Yeah, Eric, it really is lucky that we essentially had a flipped pattern for what we would typically see this time of year. Normally, we'd have an onshore flow. Last night, we had a westerly wind, so you actually see that smoke plume. It actually was picked up by our News 6 radar, a big plume of smoke, and you'll notice those shades of oranges and red. The radar's picking up such tight concentration of that smoke and thinking that it's rainfall. So there was a lot of smoke that happened with this explosion. Now, like I mentioned, though, the good news was that we had that westerly wind, so that helped to push all of that smoke and all that debris off into the Atlantic waters and away from any inhabited areas. So I do want to stress the fact that as of right now, you'll notice our air quality index showing we are in the clear. We have good air quality all across most of Central Florida, with the only exception being up in Ocala, which is something completely unrelated to this explosion that we saw last night. But air quality, not a concern, at least in the couple days moving forward. Eric?
We are very lucky, as we said. Thank you, sir. The explosion, it turns out, did not impact other scheduled launches along the Space Coast. One of the big questions we got today is how many other launch pads surrounding, because there are a bunch right along the ocean there on the coast, were any of those damaged? Well, we do know this morning, less than 12 hours after that Blue Origin explosion. Look, rockets were back flying along the Space Coast. The Falcon 9 from SpaceX lifted off just before 9 a.m., carrying 29 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. That mission was fine. Tonight, in just about 4 hours or so, ULA, United Launch Alliance, is looking to launch their rocket. It's an Atlas V from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station right at 7:30, if the weather cooperates. The Amazon LEO-7 mission is on board that. Essentially, Amazon is launching its own mini satellites into Earth orbit, like SpaceX is doing. If you got any photos or videos from last night's explosion, this morning's launch, or if you take any tonight, we'd love to see them. You can take out your phone right now, scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you to the Pin It page on clickorlando.com where you can upload them. You might just see them on TV like all of those other pictures we showed you. That is the latest right now on the situation. Of course, lots of questions to be answered. We will continue to stay on top of this. But for now, Julie, Lisa, back to you.
Yeah, Eric, we're going to be checking back in with you in just a little bit. But when you see that video of the explosion, really just incredible. And again, the good news that no one was injured in that. All right, after the break, the findings from a study looking into just how dangerous the air quality in one community may be.
And the latest on state budget discussions. Welcome back to News 6 at 3. We have some breaking news. The Associated Press is reporting the Orlando Magic is close to finalizing a deal for a new head coach. So we want to bring in News 6 Sports Director Jamie Say. Jamie, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you that a league source confirms to me that the Magic are finalizing a deal with Spurs assistant coach Sean Sweeney to be the next head coach of the Orlando Magic. This is a report that was also issued by Shams Charania of ESPN. So the Magic and Sean Sweeney, who you see right there, he's the redhead with the brush cut. That's Sean Sweeney.
Okay.
They're finalizing a deal. You might not know the name Sean Sweeney. It's because he spent a long time in the NBA as an assistant coach.
Okay.
13 years as an assistant coach in the NBA. He's never been a head coach. However, he is known for his defensive acumen and also working for budding superstar Victor Wembanyama right now with San Antonio. Obviously, the Spurs are in the Western Conference Finals, about to play a Game 7 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. So the Magic are working on this deal as the Spurs are still playing. Sweeney is in his first year with the Spurs after working in Milwaukee, in Dallas, with the Brooklyn Nets. So he is well-traveled, well-respected, and he was like the hot assistant coach.
Okay.
He was going to be a head coach somewhere after this season. And now it looks like it's going to be the Orlando Magic, as a league source does confirm to me that the Magic are finalizing a deal. Now, I did reach out to the Orlando Magic, and they politely declined to comment.
Okay, maybe
which
there's
is not a
still,
surprise.
the ink still needs to dry,
Well,
perhaps.
yeah, obviously things still need to be worked out. Sean
Yeah.
Sweeney has a job right now with the San Antonio Spurs. Their season is not ending, and the Magic aren't ready to announce anything.
Yeah.
And this is kind of how it works, but I did reach out to the Magic. They respectfully declined to comment right now.
Obviously, he has a great career as an assistant coach right now. Is this a surprise pick, though, at all for the Magic?
I think if you had asked me this 3 weeks ago after they had parted ways with Jamal Mosley, I would have said yes. Because it seemed like, okay, the Magic are looking for a coach that has prior head coaching experience. Someone like Billy Donovan. He's the one who had skyrocketed to the top of the odds of getting the Magic job. They also interviewed Jeff Van Gundy, the younger brother of Stan Van Gundy, who has a long career in the NBA, was a prior head coach before, longtime analyst, well respected. But they're going with Sean Sweeney, and I think that's in part because of the Spurs run that they've had throughout the playoffs. They've also had a great regular season, but the Spurs are one win away from going to the NBA Finals. This was not supposed to be the Spurs' year yet. It's supposed to be next year with Victor Wembanyama, but they got there, and part of it is there's such a fantastic defensive team, and that's what Sean Sweeney takes care of with San Antonio.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting. You know, we'll see what happens. But again, you know, they're finalizing the deal. A league source confirms to me. No confirmation from the Orlando Magic yet.
And then maybe it'll be the Magic's year next year.
Well, you know what? Sean Sweeney takes over a terrific young core, right?
Yeah.
You've got Paolo Banchero, you've got Franz Wagner. If the Magic are healthy, they can compete to be the best team in the Eastern Conference in the NBA. That's their trajectory. It's up to that coach to get them there, and they believe that Sean Sweeney's the guy.
And take care of those obliques.
Take care of the obliques, take care of the ankles, take care of everything. Just the Magic need to be healthy.
Yeah.
Have that core guys, have that core part of the team healthy.
I feel so full of hope now.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
We'll see what the future holds.
We'll
but,
see.
You know, they've got a lot of talent there, and Sean Sweeney appears to be the guy.
All right, Jamie, thank you. Well, yesterday we told you environmental investigators were looking into the air quality in the Paramore community after several people became ill.
News 6's Ashley Garrett looks at what researchers found.
Since August of 2023, there's a study on air quality funded by the EPA and the amount of $500,000. It started in Paramore. In the project start, there was a call out to the Orange County community to report whether folks were having concerns about the air where they lived.
Even I was experiencing it as a person who grew up in the urban community of Paramore. When I turned 50, I began to deal with respiratory issues, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've never smoked.
Lawana Gelzer is the air quality project manager. She not only noticed respiratory issues with herself, but several folks who are elderly across Orange County. She says her late mother ran a child care center in Paramore for several years, and they noticed many of the children had asthma. This began her quest for answers in the eventual start of the study.
We co-locate our monitors in Winter Park. That was the only place that was collecting all of this information. And so now with our data, we can show if there's any correlation or discrepancies, or is there anything that's happening. And that's what we're getting ready to report to our community.
The 4 monitors worth $50K apiece. They're set up for 6 months at a time. That data is then compared to the data collected from the one federal reference monitor site in Orange County. That's in Winter Park. Now, it's important to note the air quality scale. 0 to 50 is considered good. 51 to 100, moderate. 101 to 150, unhealthy for sensitive groups. Here's an example of how these numbers shake out in one case. The highest air quality measure in 2025 was 105, unhealthy for sensitive groups in Azalea Park. The second highest for that area was 100, considered to be moderate but just shy from being unhealthy. Also in Azalea Park from May to November last year, the Azalea Park monitor showed the air quality was 10 points higher than the Winter Park monitor. That's a breakdown of a 30% higher risk for air quality in Winter Park. And that's just one of the disparities found with the study. In Orange County, Ashley Garrett, News 6.
After the break, how promising signs in peace talks between the U.S. and Iran are impacting gas prices.
Also coming up after the break, the new lawsuit an AI software is facing from another media outlet. We'll have that for you in just minutes.
I'm News 6 anchor Lauren Melendez. A lawsuit by CNN against an AI company, Perplexity, and the oil prices, well, they look a little different today. So let's get over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. So this all comes over an update in the conflict between the U.S. and Iran.
That's right, Lauren. U.S. oil prices remain below $90 a barrel after reports the U.S. and Iran are nearing a peace agreement. Global oil is also trading in the low 90s. So the framework would reopen the Strait of Hormuz and extend talks for 60 days if approved by the U.S. The deal is tenuous after Iran fired what it called a warning shots at vessels in the region overnight. Checking gas prices, the national average for a gallon of unleaded is down 4 cents to $4.39, according to AAA. And Lauren, around Orlando, it's down to $4.09, which is nearly 40 cents lower than last week.
Oh, I'm so happy. And I'm just afraid to enjoy it because I don't know how long it's going to last. So let's just hurry up and push that to the side. I want to mention this. This is really interesting. A news station or a company, they normally don't want to become the story. That is not the case. CNN is actually suing an AI company now.
CNN suing AI company Perplexity over claims the tech firm is unlawfully distributing CNN content. The move comes after attempts by CNN to license material to Perplexity fell through last year. Now, CNN joins other media companies like the New York Times in pursuing legal oversight of AI companies. It's part of a broader industry push to ensure that news providers are fairly compensated amid chatbots and other AI tools. Perplexity said in a statement that facts can't be copyrighted, and it disagrees disagrees with the lawsuit. I mean, Lauren, this begs the question, who gets to benefit when journalism is collected, summarized, and delivered through AI tools?
It is such a slippery slope and one we will not be done with for a long time. So Maribel, thank you. Remember, for the latest money and consumer news anytime, you can head to our website, clickorlando.com.
All right, still to come, we are looking at how the Blue Origin explosion last night could be impacting NASA's ambitious mission to return to the moon.
And coming up on News 6 at 4, a new affordable housing option is coming to people struggling to make ends meet in Orange County. We'll take you inside. Welcome back to News 6 at 3 o'clock. The time now, 3:28. You're looking at two completely different sites in the same area, just hours apart. About 12 hours after a Blue Origin New Glenn rocket blew up at Cape Canaveral, a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket lifted off and landed entirely as scheduled. The two launches come from two companies who are fierce competitors.
Yeah, but they are both contracted to work with NASA with its upcoming Artemis mission. We want to bring in our space expert, News 6 anchor Eric Von Enken, with more on how what happened last night could impact the timeline for Artemis.
Right. So 2027, we got Artemis 3. 2028 is when we're going to try with Artemis 4 to land people on the moon. But here's the thing. Give me 1 second. We need a lander to do that. So pretend that this is the lunar lander. Now, here's what's important. Blue Origin, the company that builds the rocket that blew up last night, is building this lunar lander. They're going to put people on board that lander and then bring it down to the surface of the moon. If this cannot get to the moon, the lander cannot get to the moon, well, then, of course, we cannot put people on the moon. And Blue Origin is only one of 2 companies, ladies, that is contracted by NASA to get that lander into space, to get the people down to the surface of the moon. So what happens? I asked the UCF professor about it. Here's his take. Professor, it's tough to say because this is so early on, but if you had to guess with an educated guess, how far does this put the Artemis program behind?
Well, I think you're going to see a very smart and adaptable NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman start putting a team together to look at what we can do here. And there are things like putting the Blue Origin landers on another rocket, perhaps, or helping Blue do what it needs to do to get this launch infrastructure back up. The good news is Blue Origin has the funds to do this because they have Jeff Bezos. So although I'm sure he doesn't want to spend $500 million rebuilding a launch pad, he can.
Jeff Bezos, for anyone who may not know, owns Amazon, founded Amazon. So he's got the $1 billion or so to rebuild the launch pad. He's already said today, he tweeted that he will rebuild the launch pad. So 2 options here. Option 1, as the professor said, is just use a different rocket. Don't count on the exploded rocket. Use a different rocket in the meantime. That may happen. And the second thing, Lisa Bell, the great and wise Lisa Bell just said this as they were playing the soundbite there. Well, what about SpaceX? Exactly right. So that is the other option. NASA is careful enough, they learned through trial and error to count on not just one main provider. That's why they asked SpaceX and Blue Origin to solve their problem. SpaceX has a lunar lander in development.
Okay.
That could be an option.
But I mean, I feel like when Blue Origin designs this, can you just swap out rockets? I feel like it would be designed to specifically be attached to the New Glenn rocket.
Right. So the answer to that, the short answer is no.
Okay.
You are absolutely right. You cannot just swap out rockets. But with a little bit of engineering, it can be done. But I will say this, that rocket that blew up last night, I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
I want to say it's tied for the most powerful and tallest operational rocket in the entire world. And it's so big because it can fit that lander. So that's why it's not just an easy swap.
And anyone who's done like a little project around their house, a little construction project,
Never done that,
knows
yeah.
it takes a lot of time. I imagine building an entire launch pad is a lengthy process.
So building it from scratch, absolutely. Rebuilding it, because the infrastructure is there. I mean, the design is already there. It's just putting the pieces in place, like the launch tower, the water tower.
All that I would assume has to be replaced after something like that.
We don't know for sure, but seeing those pictures, very, very, very likely.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we'll just wait to hear more
That's all we can do.
from NASA.
Yep.
Thank you, Eric.
Of course.
Well, Florida lawmakers passed a state budget this afternoon following an extended process that required a special session. We're going to get to that coming up.
About 12 hours after that Blue Origin rocket exploded, there was another launch at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The Falcon 9 rocket did launch successfully. News 6's Amy Russo was in Titusville, where she talked to spectators who were on edge.
It was a packed house here at Spaceview Park. People traveled from far and wide, and even with the news of that massive explosion that happened last night, people here said they were confident that today would go off without a hitch. About 14 miles away from the Kennedy Space Center at Spaceview Park, all eyes were on the sky as SpaceX prepared to launch its Falcon 9 rocket, taking satellites into orbit.
It's my first ever launch, and I'm just really excited to be here, and I really want to be an astronaut when I grow up.
And we found out the launch was happening, so we made it happen on this day.
Despite Thursday night's disaster on the launch pad, where Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket exploded, many at the park echoed the same sentiment. It's important to continue missions into space. The nerves of this crowd were low.
What is your take? Are you at all nervous today that, hey, maybe this might happen again?
No, there's always a possibility it's going to happen, but I'm not nervous about it.
Okay.
It's, the rate of success far exceeds the rate of failure.
Ignition and liftoff.
A near perfect liftoff, the rocket soared through the sky, leaving behind a trail of exhaust plume and the sound of the rocket's rumble.
That was insane. Being my first ever launch to witness, it was pretty cool.
Beautiful launch. Every launch is beautiful. Every successful launch.
It was so cool. It was really cool. Yeah.
This particular launch hit close to home for John Gruber, whose company even had a part in making the rocket.
We do make the engine part, one for the fuel system, and that's exactly why I want to be here, film it, bring it back to work. And
there is another launch scheduled for tonight. That's ULA's Atlas V rocket. Along the Space Coast, Amy Russo, News 6.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now, as promised, the Florida lawmakers finally passed a state budget this afternoon. Following an extended process, it required a special session to complete the budget process. That's for the second year in a row now. The House and Senate could not reach an agreement during their regular session, which ended back in March. The spending plan for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st will be nearly $115 billion. Budget highlights include money for education, the environment, and pay raises for some state workers. Proponents say the final budget is fiscally sound, but opponents say it does not meet the needs of many Floridians.
Our revenue forecasts have stabilized, so by spending less than we have, we continue to right-size our budget for the long term.
Floridians are in a real crunch when it comes to rising costs, and that to me is why this budget is inadequate. It seemed to me that we should have focused more on delivering affordability for Floridians.
Now, Governor DeSantis has about 1 month to sign the budget into law. He also has the ability to issue line item vetoes before that July 1st deadline, which is the start of the fiscal year.
Okay, none of us like getting tickets, but now we have a story about a guy who just quite couldn't accept it. He couldn't let it go, and that led to him getting even more charges. All right, so check it out. The Osceola County Sheriff's Office says a deputy pulled over Antonio Lopez for going 95 and a 65, and they gave him a ticket. This was last Friday. But after that, the Sheriff's Office said he began aggressively following the deputy's patrol vehicle and was making threatening gestures. More deputies were called and eventually took him in. Again, he was taunting deputies, waving them toward him and flipping them the bird. So on top of the speeding ticket, Lopez is being charged with aggravated. Oh my goodness. Okay, I just noticed that video. That is something to see. Okay, so he is now charged with aggravated stalking, threats toward law enforcement, reckless driving, and resisting an officer. I would love to hear Trooper Steve's take on that.
Well, he might want to also give his take on this next story as well,
Okay.
because that wasn't the only interesting encounter that law enforcement had in Central Florida. Flagler County deputies got the surprise of a lifetime after arresting a guy yesterday morning. Deputies were called to a Taco Bell just before 1 a.m. yesterday, where Brandon Irizarry was near the side door, apparently exposing himself. So deputies arrested him and began looking through his belongings. That's when they found a betta fish that was alive, swimming in a covered container. Deputies named the fish Baja Blast and took her to the Flagler County Humane Society. The sheriff's office says staff at the rescue described the fish as doing great.
I feel like there's always a trend in Florida where when these suspects are arrested, they have an animal somewhere on their person.
Well, and when you're called to a Taco Bell at 1 a.m, probably
Right.
not going to be a great situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, not a great situation. This is nightmare fuel. 8 people in Texas just had the roller coaster ride of a lifetime.
And chances are none of them have any interest in repeating this experience. CNN correspondent John Lawrence shows us what happened.
It made like a very big bang, like it went boom. So it just got stuck there. It just got stuck.
And that mysterious glitch left 8 riders hanging backward near the top of the Iron Shark roller coaster for several hours Thursday evening in Galveston, Texas.
Basically, you know, the ride, it just started malfunctioning, and then, so basically the ride, it starts off by stopping in the middle of the ride. But then as it went up, it stopped again.
The Iron Shark is one of the tallest rides at the Pleasure Pier Park, and the Galveston Fire Department had just enough reach.
It is about 100 feet up right now, and our ladder's 105 feet. Wow. So we're working with feet and inches here.
The riders were individually placed in safety harnesses and brought down with no reports of any significant injuries.
Of course, they were shaken up from climbing that ladder down, being in that hot sun. They have been checked for dehydration, and everyone seems to be doing pretty good.
Pleasure Pier released a statement saying the ride, quote, experienced a malfunction and that it will undergo a thorough inspection before returning to operation.
For me, I don't know what I would do if I was in their shoes, honestly. Yeah, it would just be crazy.
I'm John Lawrence reporting.
All I can say is at least they were stuck like lying on their back. If they were facing forward in the ground, I think that would have been worse.
Yeah, that would have been worse.
Yeah.
Glad everyone is okay. That
No
looks
kidding.
terrifying. Today is a weather aware day. We're tracking some heavy rain. We'll have another check of your forecast with Jordan Patrick in minutes.
Also coming up, the lengths one family is going to prepare for hurricane season. We're going to have that for you coming up after the break.
Your weekend evening traffic alert. Look, we've got things scheduled. There's no holiday, but there might be some weather, so just got to be careful out there. Turnpike, you'll see some lane closures. Then a little further south, the routine stuff along I-4 east and westbound. But you're also going to see some construction in the early portions of 429. I'm talking the 1, the 2 mile marker as you get closer towards the I-4 area. And then same thing east and westbound on I-4 between the Turnpike 528 and in downtown. So we've seen some express lane closures. They're doing some routine maintenance there. So you need to make sure you're paying attention because up on the marquee signs, they're indicating where it's closed and where they're pushing you out. I'm Trooper Steve with your News 6 traffic. Drive safely. Have a great weekend. I'll catch you Monday morning.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Bill Ray Nissan Longwood. We do it the right way.
All right, time now is 3:44. Welcome back to News 6 at 3. Here's a live look from our Launch Credit Union camera out at the port. That is the utopia of the seas. I'm in the weather office with meteorologist Jordan Patrick. I'm like, are we in the office? Are we in the center? Where are we? you know, but
Wherever
we're here
we
together.
wanna be.
We're here together, and today is a weather aware day, and we've got a lot to talk about on the radar.
Yeah, and this is exactly why we did issue weather aware days. Is stuff like this that we saw yesterday. This is what Teresa Jenkins sent me yesterday, a shelf cloud from a thunderstorm that moved into Eustis yesterday evening. Some very strong storms that we saw yesterday, which is why we've issued those weather aware days, as you know, because of this tropical moisture that's making its way through. Right now, the biggest boomer and shaker that we're seeing right now is over, let's say, just to the west of Cape Canaveral towards Rockledge, into Cocoa, just to the west of Cocoa Beach. That's continuing to make its way to the south. So I do think this might clip the western edges of Melbourne, let's say, over the next hour or so, primarily over mostly uninhabited areas at the moment. But up towards, let's say, Orange and Seminole counties we go. Over towards Altamont Springs, we're seeing some dying little drizzles out there. Up towards Deltona as well. Some good thunder strikes that are about to make its way into Deltona. And we'll see more showers moving into Sanford over the next half hour or so. Montverde seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall, as well as Bushnell. We're seeing more drier conditions to the west today, as our steering flow is a little bit stronger today than yesterday. So a lot more of those showers will push towards the coastline earlier today. So we'll see that line of storms right just to the east of I-4 around 5 o'clock, and then pushing towards I-95 at around 6 or so. But Julie, we're going to keep that chance for some spotty showers even into the early evening hours, as we are still on that unsettled side with all this tropical moisture that continues to make its way into central Florida. I do think past midnight, though, we're going to be on the drier side of things. So we got to talk about Biscuit.
Yeah.
I think I have my newest, biggest fan. She loves to watch us here at News 6, and that's Biscuit watching us online. And we'll continue to see those scattered showers and storms for the rest of this evening, drying after midnight. But pushing into tomorrow, first half of the day looking A-OK. But I-75 is going to start seeing some of those scattered showers and storms developing a little bit earlier, just before lunchtime. Then pushing towards I-4 at around 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then pushing its way into the coastline and into the Atlantic waters as we make our way towards around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So Julie, we do have those weather aware days for the rest of this weekend. We do start to lower those rain chances at least a little bit as we make our way towards next week.
Okay, and you know, by the way, Biscuit is Blizzard's twin. I know Blizzard has sent you pictures as well. And of course, we can track all of this on the app.
Yeah, so be sure to head to your app store. It is free to download. Just search WKMG. These will give you real-time radar updates as well as any alerts in your area in real time.
Always good to have. And of course, Monday is the start of hurricane season, and one family is not messing around this year. They're actually raising their home 13 feet into the air. Kristen Barbarisi with our CBS affiliate in Tampa tells us more.
By the end of the day, this home will be 13 feet in the air, a dream almost 2 years in the making.
Inch by inch, this Bel Air beach home started rising on Wednesday. Underneath it, a maze of steel beams and hydraulic jacks powerful enough to raise the 6,400 square foot house above future floodwaters. For Rahul and Meena Shukla, getting to this moment took far longer and cost far more than expected. The couple says zoning restrictions and permit issues forced redesigns and delayed construction. Companies say lifting even a 1,500 square foot home can start between $275,000 and $325,000, with larger homes costing significantly more. The Shuklas originally hoped the project would take about 6 months. Instead, it stretched close to 2 years.
It is so exciting. I wonder at times, with all the money and efforts that went into this, was it worth it? But this is one of the most exciting things that has happened to us.
The family says moving away never felt right because their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren all live here too. They also own the home 2 doors down, which was recently lifted as well.
Once the lift is completed, the family is doing some additions and renovations, so it's going to be another year before they move back in.
All right, Julie, I know this next story may be your favorite story of the day. Maybe
I'm so
not.
invested.
Okay. If you are a baseball fan, which I know you are, you will want to get all of your watching in right now because games may not happen next season. Okay. MLB owners have proposed adding a salary cap. The plan would limit spending to a little more than $245 million per team starting next season. This is the same issue that triggered a strike back in 1994 that canceled the World Series. For decades, the Players Union has said it will never accept a salary cap. Owners also pitched a salary floor, requiring owners to spend at least $171 million on their roster. This season, 9 teams have salaries above the proposed cap. 12 teams have payrolls below the floor. Those, poor owners and players. Right? Like, that's so unrelatable.
Yeah, I mean,
Whatever.
Here we are, though.
Here we are. Yeah.
Okay, we've, of course, been talking a lot about the NBA playoffs, and when your season's on the line, maybe sometimes the best thing to do is ask for a little divine intervention. So check this out. 9 nuns were at Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals to help cheer on the San Antonio Spurs. The Spurs needed to win last night to push the series to a winner-take-all Game 7, and San Antonio ended up beating the Oklahoma City Thunder by almost 30 points. The group of 4 were at Game 4, which the Spurs also won. So I'm sensing a trend here. So maybe there's a little bit of divine intervention happening there.
Maybe if
the
we
Lone
get the
Stars.
coach from the Spurs, we'll see the nuns here in Orlando.
I know, it's all coming full circle.
I think so.
Yeah, we have a lot to look forward to.
That's right.
All right, after the break, we are taking a look at the booming sports betting industry and how we got here.
Legal online sports betting in the U.S. has exploded in the last decade, and it all started with the Supreme Court. In 2018, the court's decision on PASPA, the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act of 1992, handed states the power to decide for themselves whether to legalize sports betting. And in just 7 short years, the growth has been nothing short of staggering. Back in 2018, gamblers wagered over $300 million in a month. By 2021, it was $7 billion a month. Fast forward to 2023, and Americans legally bet nearly $120 billion for the year. That's an average of almost $10 billion per month. So what's fueling the boom? Analysts point to 3 factors. 1, convenience. You can bet with just a tap on your phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 2, low entry barriers. Minimum bets make it feel more like low-stakes entertainment than high-stakes gambling. And then there's the lure of a big payoff. Number 3, risking just a few dollars at a time. Flutter, the parent of FanDuel, believes the U.S. market for sports betting and online casino games could hit $63 billion annually by 2030. So what about the Sunshine State? In Florida, Hard Rock Bet, run by the Seminole Indian tribe, is the only legal sports book. DraftKings, FanDuel, and PrizePicks are available, but only for fantasy contests. Finally, the real story outside of Florida will be what happens when big states like California, Texas, and Georgia finally open their doors to online gambling. I'm Donovan Myrie, News 6.
If you or someone you know needs help with a gambling addiction, you can reach out to the Florida Council on Compulsive Gambling. Their number, you see it right there on your screen, 888-ADMIT-IT or 888-236-4848.
All right, we have a lot of news to get to coming up at 4, including the latest on that explosion out along the Space Coast and what this means for the Artemis mission as NASA tries to get back to the moon.
And our weather team has designated today a Weather Aware Day as well as Weather Aware Days through the weekend. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick will be here tracking what is happening with your weekend forecast and who is seeing rain and thunderstorms right now.
You've probably seen the video. A Blue Origin explosion on the launch pad along the Space Coast during a hot fire test. Now there are questions. What's next and what's the impact? I'm News 6 anchor Ginger Gadsden. Our Catherine Silver is pressing leaders for answers behind this fiery explosion. Your team coverage for News 6 at 4 starts now.
Streaming on clickorlando.com and broadcasting live. You're watching News 6 at 4.
All right, welcome and thank you for joining us, everyone, for News 6 at 4 o'clock. I'm Ginger Gadsden. We start off with a bit of breaking news, and believe it, it's not what's happening out here on the Space Coast. Your Orlando Magic search for a new head coach, well, it appears to be over. A lead source confirms to sports director Jamie Say the Magic are finalizing a deal with Sean Sweeney. Again, Sean Sweeney as their next head coach. Now, he's already served as assistant coach with the NBA teams, including the Dallas Mavericks and Milwaukee Bucks. But Jamie Say, our sports director, will have much more coming up on Sean Sweeney, the next Orlando Magic head coach, coming up in just a few moments. But first, we are live at Jetty Park out here on the coast, staying on top of that massive explosion that happened on the launch pad behind me just last night at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Right now, crews are working to figure out what went wrong. Thankfully, in all of this, when you see that video and the fiery explosion, hard to believe no one was actually hurt. That explosion happened while Blue Origin was going through a hot fire test ahead of a launch that was supposed to happen next week. Well, as you might imagine, that launch is not going to happen. Leaders say the rocket and the launch pad are crucial to getting back to the moon and building a moon base. NASA Administrator Jarek Isaacman said that the agency will assess what this means for the moon mission. We have more team coverage coming up for you very soon, but now we want to check in with meteorologist Jordan Patrick. He joins us now live in the studio and looking at what we are calling a weather-aware day. And Jordan, I'm sure if you just look behind me and over my shoulder and see the rain coming down, you understand why we're calling it that day.
Exactly, Gigi. You can actually see the storm that you're seeing just behind you on our real-time radar this afternoon. That's pretty much the strongest thunderstorm that we're tracking this afternoon just to the west of Ginger. It's right along 95 from Titusville down through Rockledge. The heaviest of those showers and thunderstorms making their way towards Satellite Beach in Melbourne, I'd say over the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Up towards I-4, still getting in on some of that action as well after all that shower activity from yesterday. DeLand down towards Deltona into Sanford, right along that I-4 corridor, seeing some moderate to heavy rainfall. A lot of lightning strikes just to the north and west of DeLand as well. We'll continue to see some of these showers developing and pushing towards Altamont Springs and into Goldenrod over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And over towards the western edges of Marion County to the west of Ocala, we're seeing some of those showers and thunderstorms developing over Flamingo Falls, and that's going to make its way towards the edge of Sumter County over the next half hour or so. These showers and thunderstorms are going to continue to bubble up, riding that west-northwest flow, pushing towards the I-4 corridor and the coastline over the next couple of hours. So for the evening drive, we are going to continue to track these scattered showers and thunderstorms through the early evening. I do think past 10 o'clock we'll really start to wind things down. Past midnight, we're on the dry side of things for the rest of the evening. We'll talk more about your weekend forecast, guys, because we still are under those weather-aware days through Sunday. That's coming up in about 15 minutes.
All right, Jordan, we all got to be careful what we ask for. We're asking for the rain, and now we are getting it. Back to our team coverage now and that fiery explosion that happened at the launch pad where that New Glenn rocket was supposed to lift off from next week. The rocket was doing a test before a scheduled liftoff with a batch of Amazon satellites. That was supposed to happen sometime next week. Now, the satellites also, thankfully, were not on board because those would have been obliterated as well. So we want to bring in our News 6 Catherine Silver. She has been out here digging and looking for answers and talking to leaders today. Catherine, what have you been able to discover about what happened out here last night?
Well, Ginger, we are asking Blue Origin the very same questions that we know all the scientists and engineers are also asking today. How did this happen and how do they make sure that it never happens again? We are also asking our experts here on the Space Coast what happens next. Around 9 o'clock, the massive New Glenn rocket exploded on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It was captured on camera and captured the attention of people across the coast. What you're seeing in this video is what the space community calls an anomaly, a major mishap during an engine firing test ahead of a planned launch next week.
This is a big deal, and we want to get to the bottom of it.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, the chair of the Space Committee, says it's all hands on deck to get New Glenn back in action and the launch pad operational.
Let's hope this was a fluke or some type of situation that can be easily remedied, but we're not going to be launching until we know exactly what happened.
Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos said in a statement on X, "It's too early to know the root cause, but we're already working to find it."
Just a tremendous explosion. Obviously destroyed the rocket. It took out at least one of the lightning towers at the pad and caused other damage.
These things are going to happen from time to time.
We asked the CEO of Space Florida, Florida's Aerospace Finance and Development Authority, about the impact to other companies that rely on launch pads along the coast. He says a setback for Blue Origin is not a setback for the aerospace industry overall.
When you look at the bigger picture, I think we just saw a launch this morning, right? So when you talk about the spaceport as a whole, I think it shows the level of resilience that the system has.
Of course, Blue Origin and Bezos have been adamant that all personnel are accounted for, everyone is safe. Of course, their priority is recovering from this and then getting back to flying. The space industry experts that I spoke with today, of course, caution that will likely take months before it happens.
Yeah, and that's if they're lucky. All right, Catherine Silver, thank you for that report. Now, that explosion was so powerful, people didn't just see it, they also felt it, because when you see that mushroom cloud, they were terrified at what they felt. We're taking a look at the video from different angles and show. You're watching what the world of rocketry calls an anomaly, one of the most spectacular fails any of us will ever see.
That is crazy.
Wow. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket, its great deep space hope, exploded into a fireball on the launch pad during a test firing of its engines. A spectacle so mammoth, people could see it up and down Florida's Space Coast. Miraculously, no one was hurt.
Whole sky lit up, and about probably 40, 50 seconds later, there was a huge boom.
The News 6 Neighborhood Network shared video with us.
There's the shockwave.
Our James Barbero spoke with a tourist who was staying at the campground in Cape Canaveral.
And the entire campground sky just went to a bright orange, almost like a circle of orange, like the biggest sun multiplied by 100. People literally started yelling all around us, what's happening, what's happening. The fireball just went up into as high as we could see in the sky. And then about 2 seconds after that, the explosion. You heard that the shock waves actually came over.
It was really something to behold, even if you weren't out here. Just seeing that video, it looked like something out of a movie. I met a young man who happened to be out here last night, and I sent you guys that video back to the station. We can't use it right away because there's some profanity in it, as you might imagine, but there were so many people out here who witnessed that, and that is one of the ways we are able to get such brilliant video and pictures of what happened. So open your camera app, scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It'll take you to the link. We want to see your pictures and videos, and they could end up right here. We'll definitely use them if they're really good. You can also go to clickorlando.com/pins and upload your pictures and videos that way as well. And we also do want to mention debris could wash ashore in the coming days. It is potentially hazardous, so if you come across any debris you think is from that explosion, they ask you not to touch it and do not pick it up. There is actually a debris hotline. Here's the number. I want to give it to you right now. It's 321-222-4355. Again, it's 321-222-4355. Call that if you're out here, especially out on the water, and you see any of that debris floating around. They want to make sure they get that and keep the waterways safe and keep you safe as well. And while investigators work to figure out exactly what went wrong, people living along the Space Coast are now asking questions of their own. So our News 6 investigator, Pavlina Osta, is speaking with neighbors coming up at News 6 at 5 o'clock. But there are so many questions out there. But also, Julie and Lisa, as I send it back to you in the studio, there are so many reasons to be thankful, because when you look at that video and you see that fiery ball of flames just go into the air. Somebody described it out here today. It looked like a mushroom cloud from a nuclear blast, and you don't hear that sort of verbiage very often. So no one was hurt in all of this. And also the other thing, if you want to have the glass half full, the cargo was not on board as well. So those are at least two things we can be thankful for, but we are also thankful we have our people asking the important questions, and we are going to get answers for you. But for now, I'm live at Jetty Park. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Ginger, thank you. We are following more breaking news, this time involving the Orlando Magic. Their search for a new head coach is coming to an end.
About 30 days after firing Jamal Mosley, the Magic are finalizing an agreement with his replacement. This has been confirmed by sports director Jamie Say, who joins us live now from the newsroom. Jamie.
Yeah, a league source confirms to me that the Magic are hiring Sean Sweeney as their next head coach. He is currently an assistant coach with the San Antonio Spurs. I did reach out to the Magic, who respectfully declined to comment. So who is Sean Sweeney? Well, he's the coach with the red brush cut that you're seeing right here. He's never been a head coach before, but he is a 41-year-old defensive guru who has spent 13 years in the NBA as an assistant coach, first with the Nets, then with the Bucks, the Pistons, the Mavericks, and now with the Spurs. Sweeney's defensive coaching is a reason why San Antonio is one win away from making the NBA Finals. He is well respected around the league and among some of its best players. He's worked with big stars like Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, and currently Victor Wembanyama. The Magic going with Sean Sweeney instead of guys like Billy Donovan and Jeff Van Gundy, two candidates and also veteran head coaches. Sweeney and the Spurs play Oklahoma City tomorrow night in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. If the Spurs win, they make the NBA Finals. Keep it on News 6 for more developments with the Magic's coaching situation. Live in the newsroom, I'm Jamie Say, News 6.
All right, Jamie, thank you. Well, just hours after the rocket explosion on the Space Coast last night, another launch lifted off from Florida.
Why crowds still packed Spaceview Park, and what's next for tonight? That's coming up. Jordan.
Alyssa Montalvo will stay behind bars after a judge denied her bond this afternoon for her involvement in a deadly I-4 crash last year. I'll tell you a little bit more about that coming up.
And we're tracking more scattered showers and thunderstorms across Central Florida. But the question is, what is your weekend shaping up to look like? And when will we see those drier days back in Central Florida? The answer in your full forecast right after the break.
You're watching News 6 at 4 as we take a live look at our camera in Daytona Beach. We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by True Deals Realty.
First, investigators arrested the wrong person, and now they say the person that they believe is responsible, Alyssa Montalvo, for a deadly I-4 crash last year that killed 3 people, will stay behind bars after a judge denied her bond this afternoon. I'm News 6's Jarrell Baker.
She is a risk of harm to the public, and to ensure her presence at trial and the integrity of the judicial process, I do find that the state has met each and every prong of the pretrial detention statute.
Montalvo accused of causing the October 2025 chain reaction crash on I-4 near DeBary that killed 3 people and seriously injured another driver, then leaving the scene. It comes just a week after the release of Lindsay Isaac, who FHP initially arrested, then later learned that they had taken the wrong person into custody.
Someone else was granted a stipulated bond who was facing the same exact charges for this incident. That prior suspect was granted a $250,000 bond.
Now, during that hearing, an FHP trooper who investigated the crash pointed out that Montalvo had her car repaired 3 days after the crash and never reported the damage to her insurance company.
Did Highway Patrol find out that Ms. Montalvo, after the crash, got the car fixed?
Yes. The trooper said investigators found surveillance video showing someone repairing her vehicle at a residence 3 days after the crash. According to the trooper, Montalvo told the mechanic that she had hit a guardrail and didn't tell him about the crash. In Volusia County, Jarrell Baker, News 6.
Time now is 4:17. Time to get a check of your forecast. Today is another weather-aware day. We are tracking those areas of heavy rain. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick showing us who is seeing the heaviest rain right now.
Yeah, fortunately not quite as extensive as what we saw yesterday, but still some strong storms nonetheless, especially just to the south and west of Cape Canaveral, where Ginger is this afternoon, just to the west of Satellite Beach, right along the I-95 corridor from Titusville down towards Melbourne. That's continuing to make its way towards, we'll say, Melbourne Beach, over towards Palm Bay, and we'll continue to see that sliding down the 95 corridor over the next couple of hours before it starts to fizzle out and push its way up towards the Treasure Coast. And up towards I-4 into DeLand and Deltona, we're still seeing some of these scattered showers and thunderstorms, a few flashes of lightning out towards the northern portions of DeLand as well. We're going to keep these very slowly making their way towards Orange City, down towards Sanford over the next 35 minutes to 45 minutes as they slowly ride our west-northwest winds and up into Marion County, just to the west of Ocala, over towards Flamingo Falls. We're still seeing these frequent flashes of lightning, a heavy thunderstorm right over western Marion County this evening. And that's going to continue to be the case for the next couple of hours before the sun goes down, with these scattering of showers and thunderstorms across central Florida, riding that west-northwest breeze, primarily converging over towards the Cape Canaveral and points southward along the coastline for the second half of the afternoon and into the early evening. So you notice around the evening drive, 5 o'clock from I-4 to I-95, that's the best chance to see those scattered showers and thunderstorms. But we will keep a spotty shower chance even past sunset until about 10 to 11 o'clock. And then I do think we'll start to wind things down after midnight, and we'll see a dry evening past that. So your Saturday morning is looking to be on the dry side. But for the rest of this afternoon, as Biscuit is watching News 6, we're still going to have those scattered showers and thunderstorms across the area, with temperatures holding steady into the 80s. Once the sun goes down, that's when we lose that energy, and those showers really start to fade past that. Low temperatures tonight bottoming out into the mid-70s with a nice dry start to your Saturday morning. So if you have any plans, you have any errands to run, maybe you got to wash the dog in the backyard, be sure to do it in the first half of the day, because we'll see more cloud cover, but we'll stay on the dry side. Now, tomorrow is going to be a little bit different than today in the fact that we're going to start those showers a little bit earlier. So you notice just before lunchtime, our in-house model pulling those showers and thunderstorms right along the I-75 corridor, pushing towards I-4 right around lunchtime, around noon up to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Best chance for the I-4 corridor to see those showers and storms. And then some scattered showers predominantly towards the I-95 corridor as we round out the afternoon and push into the early evening hours. Now, your Saturday is going to be on the stormy side, like I mentioned, but even into your Sunday, we'll still see those storms around as the cold front starts to knife its way towards the northern portions of the state. And that's going to add some energy into our atmosphere to keep those scattered showers and thunderstorms going. So, Julie and Lisa, you'll notice on that 7-day forecast, we keep those weather-aware days through the weekend with those rain chances at about 60%. That lingers into Monday, but we'll start to slow down those rain chances and bring it back down to a seasonal sea breeze pattern by the middle part of next week. But the good news is, all this rainfall, guys, is starting to slowly chip away at that drought that we're still under right now.
All right, Jordan, thank you. Check your kids' toy bin. A popular squishy toy sold at Walmart is being recalled.
It's all over a contamination concern. What parents need to look out for next. Here's a live look for you over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Hey there, I'm News 6 anchor Lauren Melendez. Parents and caretakers, I've got a heads up for you. A children's toy recalled over asbestos concerns, and CVS is restoring access to some popular drugs. So let's send it over to Maribel Aber in today's Money Matters. Now, these drugs are made by Eli Lilly.
They are, Lauren. CVS Health restoring access to some Eli Lilly weight loss drugs beginning this fall. The company had dropped Lilly medicines in favor of a lower cost deal with Novo Nordisk's Wegovy. Starting next week, CVS will offer Lilly's obesity pill, Foundayo, and add coverage for Zepbound injections in October. CVS says the move could mean more competitive pricing and lower patient costs by up to 15%. It also expands weight loss options for millions of Americans through its Caremark prescription network.
That's going to be a game changer. All right, let's talk about asbestos concerns in children's toys. I mean, what is happening here?
Lauren, a children's squishy toy sold at major retailers, including Walmart, is being recalled over concerns it could contain asbestos. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says more than 120,000 Orb Factory Funky Monkey gorillas may be affected. The toys were sold nationwide in multiple colors and sizes through April of this year. They are punctured. If they are punctured, the filler inside can pose a health danger if touched or inhaled. Federal safety officials urge customers to dispose of the toy immediately or return it for a refund. They also recommend wearing gloves and a mask when handling the item. Now, additional details are available on SIPS's website. Lauren, really important recall for parents to know.
Absolutely. And as always, Maribel, if you don't have kids, but you've got like a little one at home that you take care of, or you got family members,
That's right.
that information you shared is crucial. So thank you so much. Remember, for the latest money and consumer news anytime, you can head to our website, clickorlando.com.
State lawmakers just signed off on a $115 billion budget.
Coming up, we're going to break it down for you and let you know what's in it for you.
Despite that massive explosion, just hours later, SpaceX had a successful launch. Coming up, we talk to spectators who gathered in Spaceview Park to catch a glimpse of it.
More affordable housing in Central Florida. I'm Stephanie Rodriguez in Pine Hills. I'll have everything you need to know about it as the county prepares to celebrate its grand opening.
As we take a live look over Port Canaveral, you're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We are following several top stories right now.
Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket went up in a fireball last night along the Space Coast during a hot fire test. The 321-foot rocket was still in the launch pad when its engines ignited in a static test, a procedure designed to simulate flight while held in place. Something went wrong, triggering a massive explosion that damaged the launch pad's infrastructure and sparked concerns about debris. The Orlando Magic's search for a new head coach is coming to an end. A league source confirms to News 6 Sports Director Jamie Say the Magic are finalizing a deal with Sean Sweeney as their next head coach. He is currently an assistant coach with the San Antonio Spurs. And our News 6 weather team has designated today a weather-aware day. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick is tracking heavy rain and thunderstorms. He'll have your full forecast and what this means for your weekend in minutes.
About 12 hours after that rocket exploded, there was another launch at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It was a routine SpaceX Starlink launch, and this one was successful. News 6's Amy Russo was in Titusville, where she spoke with spectators who had a lot more anticipation as the launch was happening.
It was a packed house here at Spaceview Park. People traveled from far and wide, and even with the news of that massive explosion that happened last night, people here said they were confident that today would go off without a hitch. About 14 miles away from the Kennedy Space Center at Spaceview Park, all eyes were on the sky as SpaceX prepared to launch its Falcon 9 rocket, taking satellites into orbit.
It's my first ever launch, and I'm just really excited to be here, and I really want to be an astronaut when I grow up.
And we found out the launch was happening, so we made it happen on this day.
Despite Thursday night's disaster on the launch pad, where Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket exploded, many at the park echoed the same sentiment. It's important to continue missions into space. The nerves of this crowd were low. What is your take? Are you at all nervous today that, hey, maybe this might happen again?
No, there's always a possibility it's going to happen, but I'm not nervous about it.
Okay.
It's, the rate of success far exceeds the rate of failure.
Ignition and liftoff.
A near perfect liftoff, the rocket soared through the sky, leaving behind a trail of exhaust plume and the sound of the rocket's rumble.
That was insane. Being my first ever launch to witness, it was pretty cool.
Beautiful launch. Every launch is beautiful. Every successful launch.
It was so cool. It was really cool. Yeah.
This particular launch hit close to home for John Gruber, whose company even had a part in making the rocket.
We do make the engine part, one for the fuel system, and that's exactly why I want to be here, film it, bring it back to work. And
there is another launch scheduled for tonight. That's ULA's Atlas V rocket. Along the Space Coast, Amy Russo, News 6.
And as Amy just mentioned, United Launch Alliance is set for liftoff in just a few hours. ULA shared this video showing crews bringing the Atlas V rocket to its Cape Canaveral launch pad. The launch will deliver a batch of Amazon satellites into low Earth orbit. Right now, the launch window runs between 7:33 and 8:02 this evening.
Investigators say they arrested a man accused of driving 105 miles per hour with a 5-year-old child in the back with no car seat.
Where are you going in such a rush?
I apologize to my friend. Why am I being arrested?
Because you're doing 105 on a city road in the middle of the day.
He should be in a bare minimum of booster.
That's what I'm thinking.
Volusia deputies shared this body cam video. They say it happened yesterday on Howland Boulevard in Deltona. Daniel Alphonse is now facing charges of child neglect, reckless driving, and a super speeder violation. He remains in jail this afternoon. We are working to learn more after investigators returned to the same neighborhood where a woman was murdered just days ago. It all happened near South Highland Avenue and 16th Street in Apopka. You can see just how many deputies responded. We are waiting on the Orange County Sheriff's Office to share details on what happened there exactly. As soon as we learn more, we'll keep you updated. On Monday, deputies responded to that same neighborhood after a woman was shot and killed. Investigators have not said if last night's scene is connected.
Today, Florida lawmakers signed off on a state budget. The House and Senate reached an agreement on the nearly $115 billion spending plan over the weekend. It has a $150 million tax relief package, including a 3-year tax break on hurricane-resistant windows and doors. It also includes another $514 million for Everglades restoration and a provision to prevent deep cuts to school districts that are dealing with declining enrollment.
Our revenue forecasts have stabilized, so by spending less than we have, we continue to right-size our budget for the long term.
Floridians are in a real crunch when it comes to rising costs, and that to me is why this budget is inadequate. It seemed to me that we should have focused more on delivering affordability for Floridians.
The governor will have about 1 month to sign the budget and issue vetoes before the July 1st start of the fiscal year. Meantime, lawmakers will be back in Tallahassee Monday for a special session on property taxes.
President Trump says he is meeting in the Situation Room to make a final determination on a potential agreement with Iran. Natalie Brand has more from the White House.
President Trump on social media Friday laid out his terms, saying Iran must agree to never have a nuclear weapon. The Strait of Hormuz must be immediately opened without restrictions or tolls, and the enriched uranium currently inside Iran must be unearthed by the United States and destroyed. He spoke to Fox News about the state of negotiations.
I'm playing it out, and we're going to see, and that's what I do. I negotiate, they negotiate. They're very good negotiators. They're crafty.
U.S. sources say a memorandum of understanding with Iran would extend the ceasefire for 60 days, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and then launch negotiations on nuclear issues.
Hi, everybody.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio met this morning with Pakistan's foreign minister involved in mediating the talks between the U.S. and Iran. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said Friday messages are being exchanged, but no final understanding has been reached. The spokesperson also said that management of the Strait of Hormuz must be decided by Iran and Oman. Supply chain experts say the impacts from the waterway's closure are now impacting more than oil.
We're now seeing trickling down to the grocery stores, the food, primarily food.
Experts also warn that as thousands of ships are trying to get out of the Persian Gulf, it's going to take weeks or months for traffic to get back to normal. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
A federal judge in Virginia has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from moving ahead with plans to create a nearly $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who say they were wrongly targeted by the government in the past. The judge set a hearing for next month to hear arguments over whether she should issue a more lasting pause. The Anti-Weaponization Fund is part of a settlement from President Trump's lawsuit against the IRS over the leak of his tax returns in 2020. It's already facing challenges, including a lawsuit from 2 police officers who helped defend the U.S. Capitol during the January 6th riot.
Unaffordable in Florida. As the state sees soaring prices, communities are looking for ways to keep people from moving out. News 6's Stephanie Rodriguez explains that work begins with building and spending millions to make Central Florida a place people can afford to live.
This is Barnett Villas, a new affordable housing community in Pine Hills, the latest effort to help people here in Central Florida live and thrive.
Yeah, I mean, when I first walked in, I thought I was in Hollywood.
67-year-old Fred Williams is living in his bachelor pad, enjoying its many amenities.
I walked in, first thing that really took me by surprise was like when I went in the bathroom, the shower, everything is nice, neat.
He also appreciates its affordable pricing. Barnett Villas has 156 apartments for households earning between 50% and 70% of the area median income.
It's really helpful, and I'm sure the rest of the residents feel the same.
More and more affordable housing options are becoming available in Central Florida. In Osceola County, St. Cloud is in the process of approving an affordable housing apartment building for its downtown. And in April,
3, 2, 1, and cut.
Orange County celebrated the opening of Whispering Oaks, a community for families earning up to 80% of the median income. There are several others in the works, as Orange County committed $160 million to build and preserve affordable housing, which includes building a 137-unit complex in West Orlando on South Ivy Lane, rebuilding the former Griffin Park site in Paramore with 725 affordable housing units, and redeveloping the Lorna Dune apartments near Camping World Stadium for seniors.
We need more of this, not just here, but, in other locations in the county.
Residents here can also get free support services like financial literacy courses, employment assistance, and first-time home buyer education programs as the complex partners with a local nonprofit. Reporting in Orange County, Stephanie Rodriguez, News 6.
We are now seeing the results of an EPA-backed study that's taking a look at the air quality in a Central Florida neighborhood.
Even I was experiencing it as a person who grew up in the urban community of Paramore. When I turned 50, I was getting to deal with respiratory issues, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've never smoked.
What the results show and how it's raising new questions. That's next.
Plus, Winter Garden leaders vote yes on a 300-acre project, but neighbors are fighting back over traffic. The road changes that developers are promising, that's coming up.
And we're still tracking those scattered showers and thunderstorms all across Central Florida as this tropical moisture gives us a lot to play with. We'll talk about how long this moisture will be lasting and when we start to lower those rain chances down again, coming up right after the break.
And before we head to break, there's much more to watch on News 6 Plus. Get caught up on Central Florida's news and weather patterns at a time that works for you at 9 o'clock every night. Or go on patrol with Trooper Steve. Get clear on Florida politics from Politically Motivated. And celebrate the best of Central Florida with Are We There Yet? With the News 6 Insiders. You can watch it all now. Just get the News 6 Plus app loaded on your smart TV. You can download our streaming app for free. Just search WKMG in your smart TV's app store. It's also available on Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Original Mattress Factory.
We now know the results of a new air quality study in an Orlando neighborhood.
The study was in response to concerns about pollution causing respiratory problems. News 6's Ashley Garrett was at the meeting in Paramore and walks us through exactly what was uncovered.
Since August of 2023, there's a study on air quality funded by the EPA and the amount of $500,000. It started in Paramore. In the project's start, there was a call out to the Orange County community to report whether folks were having concerns about the air where they lived.
Even I was experiencing it as a person who grew up in the urban community of Paramore. When I turned 50, I began to deal with respiratory issues, and I'm like, wait a minute, I've never smoked.
Luana Gelzer is the air quality project manager. She not only noticed respiratory issues with herself, but several folks who are elderly across Orange County. She says her late mother ran a child care center in Paramore for several years, and they noticed many of the children had asthma. This began her quest for answers in the eventual start of the study.
We co-locate our monitors in Winter Park. That was the only place that was collecting all of this information. And so now with our data, we can show if there's any correlation or discrepancies, or is there anything that's happening. And that's what we're getting ready to report to our community.
The 4 monitors worth $50K apiece. They're set up for 6 months at a time. That data is then compared to the data collected from the one federal reference monitor site in Orange County. That's in Winter Park. Now, it's important to note the air quality scale. 0 to 50 is considered good. 51 to 100, moderate. 101 to 150, unhealthy for sensitive groups. Here's an example of how these numbers shake out in one case. The highest air quality measure in 2025 was 105, unhealthy for sensitive groups in Azalea Park. The second highest for that area was 100, considered to be moderate but just shy from being unhealthy. Also in Azalea Park, from May to November last year, the Azalea Park monitor showed the air quality was 10 points higher than the Winter Park monitor. That's a breakdown of a 30% higher risk for air quality in Winter Park. And that's just one of the disparities found with the study. In Orange County, Ashley Garrett, News 6.
4:46 time now to get to a check of your weekend forecast. Meteorologist Jordan Patrick is here, and we've been tracking that rain for the last several days, and this is starting to chip away a little bit at our drought.
Yeah, and this is exactly why we issued those weather aware days, not just for yesterday and today, but into the weekend, as we expected area wide around 3 to 5 inches of rainfall. And our forecast is verifying very nicely, especially towards the I-75 corridor. So this is just what we've seen so far this week. You'll notice from Gainesville all the way down through the villages, 2 to 2.5, almost 3 inches of rainfall over the last 5 days, just over 1.5 inches in Leesburg. Towards the I-4 corridor, Orlando down towards Kissimmee between a half and 1 inch, but up I-4 towards Sanford and especially Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, most of this was just yesterday alone, 4 inches of rainfall this week. And as Julie mentioned, we're slowly starting to chip away at this drought. You'll notice we are still into the thick of things. We still need about 2 feet in addition to the average rainfall we see in rainy season to fully clear this out. But notice Lake County, where it was pretty much engulfed in extreme drought, we're still in severe drought, but we are starting to make improvements across Central Florida. And the rainfall that we're continuing to see will continue to slowly chip away at that. Right now, we're starting to calm things down towards the Space Coast this afternoon. Just some lingering showers towards Palm Bay, but up I-4 towards Deltona and DeLand, we're still tracking these thunderstorms that are just to the north and west, producing a lot of lightning, slowly making its way over towards DeLand and into Orange City. That will continue to be the case, let's say, over the next 30 minutes or so. And up towards Eustis and Leesburg, a very heavy thunderstorm riding just to the north of the Turnpike. That's going to continue to push towards Montverde and Claremont over the next half hour. So Toby Keith, probably not the best time to be on the roadways, especially towards the Turnpike. But Toby Keith is ready to go. And if he's ready to go on that walk, he's going to be dodging those showers for the rest of the afternoon, even into the early evening as well. I do think that we'll continue to see these showers even past sunset. Our in-house model is showing hints of that as well. Notice 5 o'clock, the evening drive. We're still dealing with those scattered showers and thunderstorms, especially towards I-4 and over the Turnpike. Just after sunset, we keep some lingering showers, but we'll start to wind things down. And I think past 11 o'clock, midnight, and then into your Saturday morning, we're on the dry side of things. So if you do want to head out this evening, you might need the rain gear if you're doing an early evening dinner date, but late night plans should be nice and dry as those showers fade, with temperatures dropping into the mid 70s. Now, pushing into your Saturday morning, any outdoor plans, any errands you need to run, first half of the day is going to be the best chance to do it if you don't want to get rained on. Notice tomorrow, though, earlier starts of those showers and storms. So right around 11 o'clock to lunchtime, we'll see the showers developing towards I-75, pushing towards the I-4 corridor, right around noon to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Then some scattering showers continuing to make their way eastward towards the Space Coast and towards the coastline in general near I-95 from 3 o'clock into the second half of the afternoon. So weather aware for Saturday and Sunday with those scattered showers and storms through Monday. We start to get some slightly drier air starting on Tuesday, so we lower those rain chances just a smidge to about 40%. Guys?
All right, Jordan, thank you so much. We are just a few days away from the start of hurricane season. To help you get ready, News 6 presents Hurricane Season 2026, a one-hour special built to help you prepare before the first warning is issued. See the new technology News 6 is using to track storms sooner, keeping you safer. Plus, the smart supplies to buy right now and the simple steps that can protect your family when it matters most. Watch News 6 presents Hurricane Season 2026. It's on Monday, June 1st at 8 p.m. right here on News 6. A controversial plan to bring more than 600 homes to Winter Garden just got the green light.
Neighbors fear traffic nightmares. What's planned to fix that next? As we take a live look at Mount Dora, you're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
Coming up in the morning, a local nonprofit that helps young people, well, they need help themselves. We'll tell you the space they're at risk of losing and why they say they are running out of time for a solution.
Plus, we're going to be starting off the new week pretty rainy. Candace and I will have updates every 10 minutes.
Join us for News 6 Morning starting at 5.
Oh, I feel this one. I know some of y'all do. Slow drivers seem to be everywhere. These drivers can receive a ticket, right? Well, yeah, you absolutely can get a ticket for driving too slow. So Florida law says if you're moving at such a slow speed that you're blocking the normal flow of traffic, that's going to be a problem. Now, that doesn't mean you need to be driving out there like you're qualifying for F1, but if everyone around you is doing 55 and you're just out there cruising at 35 with a line of cars sticking behind you, well, you might catch the attention of law enforcement, and I'm here to tell you, you're the problem. Think about it this way. We usually focus on speeding as dangerous, but driving significantly slower than everyone else can be just as disruptive. It causes sudden lane changes, that frustration out there, and sometimes crashes, right? So the goal isn't to be the fastest driver out on the road, it's to be a predictable driver. Keep up with traffic when conditions allow, and if you're moving slower, move over and let everyone else get to wherever they gotta go, all right? If you got a traffic safety question, you want me to answer it, head on over to clickorlando.com/AskTrooperSteve.
A controversial development is officially moving forward in Winter Garden.
We told you about this yesterday on News 6 at 4. It will bring more than 600 homes, a bed and breakfast, and retail space just off Williams and Marsh Roads. Last night, city leaders voted yes on the more than 300-acre project. Some neighbors have been pushing back on the plan. They say they're worried about the increase in traffic.
So no matter where you go, you're going to add another 25 to 40 minutes onto your drive.
Yeah, so I know with most people in our neighborhood, they feel the same way, that it's just going to bring a lot of unused and not really good infrastructure with the traffic.
Developers say they hope to ease the traffic problem by putting in a roundabout and a possible traffic light.
Tech giant Meta is rolling out a new paid subscription model for some of its most popular apps, including Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Prices for these Plus plans range from about $3 to $4 a month, depending on the app. Meta says it will give subscribers access to extra features like customizable themes, super reactions, and insight into who is watching your stories.
I don't care who's watching my stories.
right? Not worth paying for
Right.
sure.
News 6 at 5 is up next.
We are continuing our team coverage after a rocket explodes on a launch pad at the Cape. Coming up, the new questions the blast is raising about New Glen's role in NASA's moon missions. Plus,
I think everybody's okay.
new concerns on the ground about what fell back to Earth after that explosion. Coming up, the debris questions that neighbors are now asking. Your forecast is just minutes away. Don't forget you can stream all of our newscasts and live cameras like this look at Daytona Beach for free on News 6 Plus.
Now at 5, a fiery Space Coast explosion that lit up the night sky and sent shockwaves across the region. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket erupting into a massive fireball during a routine engine test.
Whole sky lit up, and about probably 40, 50 seconds later, there was a huge boom.
Now, investigators are zeroing in on potential debris concerns around the launch site, working to determine what was sent into surrounding areas and what impact it could have.
I think everything's fine. We didn't smell anything or haven't really seen anything, so I think everybody's okay.
And tonight, bigger questions are building about what this means for future space missions and NASA's push back to the moon. You're watching News 6 at 5.
We have team coverage right now on the Space Coast following last night's explosion. First, though, we have showers once again moving in across central Florida.
Today is another weather-aware day. Meteorologist Jonathan Kagas is tracking those impacts and what it can mean for our weekend as well, Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, if you're getting in the car right now to hop home for your evening commute back, watch out on I-4 and then especially closing in on the Florida Turnpike. We have some thunderstorms erupting here, mainly in Lake County, back into Sumter County, and then crossing into Osceola County. These are moving from northwest to southeast today, and this is where these storms have beefed up over the last 30 minutes to an hour. The ones meteorologist Jordan Patrick has been tracking through the afternoon. Kissimmee, we are right now in the clear. These are sliding from west to east. Some very heavy rain back closer to Point Siena as these continue to move again from northwest to southeast. Florida Turnpike, if you're heading in that direction, again, just keep in mind there's going to be some very heavy rain over the next 10 minutes or so. We're clearer along the coast, but we're likely going to see this fill in considerably over the next hour. We'll keep you posted and talk about where these are headed and what that means for your weekend at about 5:17.
All right, thank you. Turning now to a major setback on the Space Coast.
A Blue Origin New Glenn rocket bursting into flames during a ground test at Cape Canaveral. We just got this video from a viewer capturing the moments of the blast. Just look at how far the flames spread. And now take a look at the destruction left behind. This chopper video giving us our best view yet of what's left of that launch pad. Tonight, that fiery explosion is raising new questions about safety, possible delays, and what this could mean for the company's future missions. Anchor Ginger Gadsden is live near the Cape tonight. And Ginger, walk us through what you know so far.
All right, hey, Julie and Lisa, we are out live at Jetty Park, and this is a very popular place for families and people to come out and watch a launch. And next week, it would have been populated by people who would be out here to watch the New Glenn launch. And it would be right over my shoulder here. Normally, you'd see something jutting up from the landscape back there, but right now you see absolutely nothing because of what you guys described as that fiery ball that happened last night. And I'm starting to see a rainbow that's absolutely beautiful over there, Ross. I don't know if you can capture that, but this is where families would be able to come that New Glenn rocket take off into the sky, but that did not happen. We cannot even see Launch Complex 36C from where we are right now. And Julie and Lisa, you both asked the question, what went wrong? That really is the question tonight. What we know right now is that this was not a planned launch. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket was on the pad. It was undergoing what they called a hot fire test, but it got a little hotter than even they anticipated. That's where engineers ignite the engines while the rocket remains securely attached to that launch pad. Now, just after 9 o'clock last night, something went catastrophically wrong, as you can see in that video. The rocket erupted into a massive fireball. It destroyed the vehicle and caused significant damage to the launch complex itself, and that's the only one that Blue Origin has right now. This is still under investigation, and for now, engineers are treating this as a major setback for a rocket that's expected to play a very key role in the future satellite launches and, of course, also NASA missions. And it does not take a rocket scientist to figure out how important that rocket was going to be to the future of space. I met a young man out here who was just happened to be out here last night. He learned that there was going to be that static test of the New Glenn rocket, so he took out his cell phone, saw it, and could not believe what he witnessed. And even he knows this is going to be a huge setback for the company.
It's sad for them because it's going to set them back for like a good year, I would say. The whole pad's destroyed, but it was incredible. I mean, it looked like a miniature nuke, to be honest with you. I mean, for anybody who didn't know what was going on, it was probably a really scary experience.
Yeah, and a lot of people had no idea what was actually going on because there wasn't a scheduled launch last night. The good news is no one was hurt in all of this, but we do have our reporters here on the ground asking the important questions about what happened and pressing leaders as to what this means about the future of space. Our Kat Silver is out here live with me now at Jetty Park, and you've been scouring the internet and you've been talking and calling people. What have you been able to find out?
Well, Ginger, we have a list of questions that we are asking Blue Origin today as they are assessing that launch pad and also assessing the damage and really trying to figure out how they recover from this. A major mishap as the massive New Glenn rocket explodes on the launch pad. The spectacular sight lit up the night sky. Blue Origin says the 321-foot rocket experienced an anomaly during a hot fire test.
Just a tremendous explosion. Obviously destroyed the rocket. It took out at least one of the lightning towers at the pad and caused other damage.
Exactly what the state of the launch pad is and what it will take to fix it is what Blue Origin and NASA's administrator are working to find out. Jared Isaacman said on social media their goal is to investigate, assess near-mission impacts, and get back to launching rockets.
I'll be getting reports from Jared.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos is the chair of the Space Committee.
To Blue Origin's credit, they've been doing a fantastic job of getting up to speed, and we're optimistic whether it be SpaceX or Blue Origin in this case will be the lander that puts us back on the moon in just a couple years.
What happens now? The CEO of Space Florida, the authority dedicated to driving the aerospace industry forward, says their priority is the bigger picture. From your perspective, not a setback for other companies or other launches?
No, I think you see that in this morning's launch. Activities continue. I think it shows the level of resilience that the system has.
Blue Origin has directed us to the statements that they have made publicly on X, where they point out that all of their personnel are accounted for, and of course they're going to do whatever it takes to get back to their mission. The space experts I spoke with today didn't give us any sort of hard and fast timeline. They say it's way too early to speculate, but would guess we're going to have months before we see another New Glenn launch.
Yeah, months if we're even lucky. And you know, this is a rocket they developed over many years. $2.5 billion gone in an instant. Kat, thank you for that reporting. And the launch game goes on because space is very hard, but there are families out here tonight because there's another launch that's happening, and they're not even aware of what happened last night because they're interested in what's going to happen later on today. So it just goes on. Now, speaking of that catastrophic failure that happened on the launch pad, the people who lived nearby didn't just see it, they also felt it. And we have video from all different angles of this explosion. Take a look. You're watching what the world of rocketry calls an anomaly, one of the most spectacular fails any of us will ever see.
That is crazy.
Wow. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket, its great deep space hope, exploded into a fireball on the launch pad during a test firing of its engines. A spectacle so mammoth, people could see it up and down Florida's Space Coast. Miraculously, no one was hurt.
Whole sky lit up, and about probably 40, 50 seconds later, there was a huge boom.
The News 6 Neighborhood Network shared video with us.
There's the shockwave.
Our James Barbero spoke with a tourist who was staying at the campground in Cape Canaveral.
And the entire campground sky just went to a bright orange, almost like a circle of orange, like the biggest sun multiplied by 100. People literally started yelling all around us, what's happening, what's happening. The fireball just went up into as high as we could see in the sky. And then about 2 seconds after that, the explosion. You heard that the shock waves actually came over.
Yeah, when you hear people describe something as a shock wave, catastrophic, and a nuclear mushroom, you know something big happened out here last night. That's why there are so many questions. And will this be a setback for New Glenn? You heard Catherine Silver do some reporting earlier, and they are just going to have to figure out what happened first and continue to move forward. But for now, I'm live at Jetty Park, where families are still continuing to gather to watch other launches that will no doubt happen later on. Back to you.
All right, Ginger, thank you. And we continue to hear the word setback today that this blast of this particular rocket is a setback, not just for the space industry, but for NASA and its Artemis plans to put people on the moon in 2028.
So what exactly does that mean? Our space expert, News 6's Eric Von Aken, breaks it down. And Eric, how much could this explosion set back NASA's timeline?
Anybody's guess, ladies? Months, potentially a year or so. Losing the rocket stinks, but the bigger loss is losing its capability to get us to the moon. So here's what I mean by that. The New Glenn is Blue Origin's answer to a heavy lift, heavy-duty rocket that they used to put Amazon mini satellites into space. Remember, Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, owns Amazon. He also owns this company, Blue Origin. Well, there's much more to Bezos' plan than just launching internet satellites with that very big rocket. NASA gave Blue Origin almost $3.5 billion, taxpayer bucks, to build this, a lunar lander. That's a spacecraft that's going to ferry astronauts from outer space down to right here, the surface of the moon, as soon as just 3 years from now. That's what the Artemis moon missions are all about, living and working on the surface of the moon. So here's the connection. The rocket that blew up last night, the New Glenn, is supposed to take that lunar lander to the moon. I asked a UCF professor of space commercialization about this situation.
Clearly, we're at a pause on that while we figure out what happened here. That said, we've got other lift capacity available and coming online for getting to the moon, including SpaceX's Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, United Launch Alliance Vulcan, which they're looking at some issues with the solid rockets, but that should be back online. And of course, you've got SpaceX's Starship along with the Space Launch System. So we've got a lot of launch capability.
So the professor is saying for the Artemis moon missions, we got other options, not just for a lunar lander. SpaceX, remember, they're a competitor. They're building one as well. But also other rockets could get Blue Origin's lander to the moon if they do decide to pivot and use that rocket instead, while this investigation now into the New Glenn is ongoing. And here's the other thing. NASA's new administrator, a very successful billionaire named Jared Isaacman, who has flown to space twice on his own dime, is very driven, and the speculation is he is not going to let last night's explosion slow down NASA's Artemis program, which means he will push for a quick investigation into this explosion, or he pushes to launch that lander on a different rocket, or maybe even both, ladies.
Yeah, a lot of people want to know what happened. How did this happen?
First place to start.
Yeah.
All right, Eric. Thank you.
Sure.
We have more coverage on the aftermath of last night's rocket explosion, what neighbors nearby are saying about the potential debris from the blast, and the worries rising in the community. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. We continue to follow the aftermath after this scene along the Space Coast last night, a fiery explosion when a New Glenn rocket exploded during a static fire test. And while investigators work to figure out exactly what went wrong, people living along the Space Coast are now asking questions of their own. Some neighbors reporting they felt the blast miles away. Launch Pad 36 is just over 5 miles from Cape Canaveral and 12 miles from Cocoa Beach. Tonight, there are concerns about possible debris and the impact on communities near the site. News 6's Pavlina Asta is live in Cocoa Beach for us tonight. And Pavlina, what are people living there most worried about right now?
Well, Lisa, I actually talked with dozens of residents, and they're actually not concerned about the air quality or any debris washing up on the shore. An explosion lit up the sky over Cape Canaveral.
So we came out and we could see it from the balcony, the flames.
Residents living as close as 10 miles from launch pads say they didn't just hear the boom, they felt it.
It was very smoky. It almost looked like clouds. Now that you say that, it really looked more like clouds from how far maybe we were.
But the smoky air isn't causing them concern about the air quality or debris that could wash up on the beach.
I think everything's fine. We didn't smell anything or haven't really seen anything, so I think everybody's okay.
Dr. Greg Autry is the Associate Provost for Space Commercialization and Strategy at UCF. He says thankfully the chemicals released aren't toxic.
This is methane and liquid oxygen, and what you get out of that is CO2 and water. So that's not a dangerous mix of chemicals.
While we're safe on land, Dr. Autry says the bigger concern is debris in nearby waterways.
Clearly, there's going to be a mess to clean up, and that's, an environmental concern, and you don't want any of that washing into the lagoon.
Blue Origin took to X saying debris could wash ashore within the next few days and weeks. If you happen to see any of that debris, they say not to touch it, don't approach it, but report it. You can call 321-222-4355, or you can email missionrecovery@blueorigin.com. In Cape Canaveral, I'm Pavlina Asta, News 6.
All right, Pavlina, thank you. It will be interesting to see what, if any, debris is discovered along the coast there.
Absolutely. All right, the time now is 5:18. Time to get a check of our forecast with meteorologist Jonathan Kagis. And we are seeing some showers, and we've seen some isolated strong storms out there as well.
Yeah, we're seeing these really start to flare up. We have the East Coast sea breeze coming in and just giving that little extra oomph into the atmosphere to get these guys a little on the stronger side. Nothing severe, nothing damaging out there. But you can clearly see where we have all the lightning now sliding through about Eustis back into Umatilla. Lots of lightning now, especially over the attractions closer to Disney and Universal. Kissimmee, we have a ton of lightning. All of these now pushing to the west. Expecting these to continue to beef up over the next hour or so as they work their way through the I-4 corridor, back through the 417, and eventually working their way back into the coast. Again, watching that closely for the Pride match tonight. Everything gets underway at 7 o'clock. Storm chances going to be pretty high over the next hour as that line that I just showed you works its way in. So you're going to be watching that closely for the start time. Things should start to diminish. The rain chances should start to go down as we get beyond 7 o'clock tonight. Playing that out for you right here. I think Future Radar hitting the nail on the head. They're 6 to 7 o'clock, and you see where the thunderstorms are. Now back closer to the west side of Orange County, sliding through the Orlando metro area back to Apopka in the I-4 corridor. Fizzling out pretty quickly. There will be some thunderstorms lingering late tonight. You see there's 9 o'clock with a few more hanging on across parts of Central Florida. Gradually, those will wane to make for a dry start tomorrow. And then we're going to watch for a different kind of rain pattern tomorrow afternoon. Here we go to 2 to 3 o'clock, and it's mainly going to be around this arc from Orlando and north and then back down the I-95 corridor. You see them kind of bend around the City Beautiful and then push towards I-95 and the Space Coast. Same deal again as we get into Sunday. That's going to be in the morning. That's where we could have things change up considerably as we start things a little earlier. That's going to be 7 to 8 o'clock, and you see scattered thunderstorms already into the picture to start your day on Sunday. In terms of the amount of rain coming, again, it's going to be hit or miss. I think the highest opportunity for the heaviest rain going to be Orlando and north from what we get tonight, and then right along the I-95 corridor, drier anyway toward I-75, at least not the bigger amounts, but we have seen those for us along I-75 for the last couple of days. Here's a live look now downtown Orlando with our Light Orlando Delivering Hope Skycam. We have air temperatures back to the mid 80s, back to the breeze is out of the east at about 10 miles an hour. Good evening in Oviedo. We are at 87 degrees. You can see where it has rained. Wildwood, we have dropped into the low 70s. Same for us in Leesburg. We're at 88 degrees in Kissimmee. Now, tomorrow morning, muggy start, back to the mid-70s. This is going to be status quo for months and months and months ahead. We're back to the upper 60s where we should be. Again, a few notches above average for this time of the year. Highs tomorrow, back to the upper 80s to right around 90. Rain chances elevated again to 60%, but again, it's not going to be an all-day rain. It's certainly not going to be everywhere. I showed you again, mainly north into the east of Orlando. 60% shot for thunderstorms over the weekend. We'll keep that elevated shot for thunderstorms getting into the early part of next work week, and then gradually we will see those rain chances come down a little bit. We're back to the upper 80s by the middle part of next work week, and then some drier air starts to sneak back in here by Friday and into your upcoming weekend after this weekend, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. After years of delays, permit problems, and millions of dollars, one Florida family watches as their home is lifted 13 feet above the ground.
Coming up, why they say moving away was never an option, even after devastating flood concerns.
This is a live look over downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6 at 5. We'll be right back.
Your weekend evening traffic alert. Look, we've got things scheduled. There's no holiday, but there might be some weather, so just got to be careful out there. Turnpike, you'll see some lane closures. Then a little further south, the routine stuff along I-4 east and westbound, but you're also going to see some construction in the early portions of 429. I'm talking the 1, the 2 mile marker as you get closer towards the I-4 area, and then same thing east and westbound on I-4 between the Turnpike 528 and in downtown. So we've seen some express lane closures. They're doing some routine maintenance there. So you need to make sure you're paying attention because up on the marquee signs, they're indicating where it's closed and where they're pushing you out. I'm Trooper Steve with your News 6 traffic alert. Drive safely. Have a great weekend. I'll catch you Monday morning.
A homeowner's dream is finally lifting off in Bel Air Beach.
That's in Pinellas County after nearly 2 years of delays, redesigns, and rising costs. A family is watching their 6,400 square foot home be raised 13 feet into the air to protect it from future flooding. Reporter Kristen Barbarisi with our CBS affiliate in Tampa shows us how they're doing it.
By the end of the day, this home will be 13 feet in the air, a dream almost 2 years in the making. Inch by inch, this Bel Air Beach home started rising on Wednesday. Underneath it, a maze of steel beams and hydraulic jacks powerful enough to raise the 6,400 square foot house above future floodwaters. For Rahul and Meena Shukla, getting to this moment took far longer and cost far more than expected. The couple says zoning restrictions and permit issues forced redesigns and delayed construction. Companies say lifting even a 1,500 square foot home can start between $275,000 and $325,000, with larger homes costing significantly more. The Shuklas originally hoped the project would take about 6 months. Instead, it stretched close to 2 years.
It is so exciting. I wonder at times, with all the money and efforts that went into this, was it worth it? But this is one of the most exciting things that has happened to us.
The family says moving away never felt right because their son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren all live here too. They also own the home 2 doors down, which was recently lifted as well. Once the lift is completed, the family is doing some additions and renovations, so it's going to be another year before they move back in.
That was Kristen Barbarisi reporting. That is quite a project there.
It certainly is, and contractors say they are getting more calls from Florida homeowners looking to elevate their homes as flood insurance costs continue to rise along the coast.
The Orlando Magic are turning the page on their head coaching search and moving toward a name that's been rising fast across the NBA ranks.
Coming up, who team officials are finalizing a deal with and why this is being called a major shift in the franchise's direction.
More affordable housing in Central Florida. I'm Stephanie Rodriguez in Pine Hills. I'll have everything you need to know about it as the county prepares to celebrate its grand opening.
And here is a live look at Daytona Beach. You're watching News 6. Keep it here. We'll be right back. Glad you're with us. I'm Lisa Bell.
And I'm Julie Broughton. You're watching News 6 at 5. Right now, our top story is the fiery blast on the Space Coast. Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket went up in a fireball during a hot fire test. The 321-foot rocket was still on the launch pad when its engines ignited in a static test, a procedure designed to simulate flight while held in place. That's when something went wrong, triggering a massive explosion that damaged pad infrastructure and sent debris concerns into focus.
The company is now warning that fragments from the rocket could end up on local beaches. The company says debris from the failed hot fire test may wash ashore in the coming days or weeks, and it's urging anyone who finds material to stay away and report it. Investigators say the focus now shifts to tracking where the material may have landed and how far the impact extended.
And the blast could have ripple effects beyond the Space Coast and all the way to NASA's moon plans. The explosion during a routine engine test is now raising questions about timing, readiness, and the future of the Artemis program's commercial partners. Investigators are now working to determine what went wrong and how long it could take to get back on track. First, though, we have seen some showers moving in quickly across parts of Central Florida. This is a live look at the Turnpike right now near Poinciana, where we have seen some showers.
Meteorologist Jonathan Kaga standing by, tracking them for us on the radar right now, Jonathan.
Yeah, we have a lot of lightning out there in spots, especially coming out of Lake County. This is moving into northwest Orange County, so early heads up in Apopka, Zellwood. You're likely already seeing the darker clouds and maybe even hearing the thunder. This one right now right over Eustis, so some gusty winds. The same for us in Tavares. This one continuing to work its way off towards the south and east. So Lake Gemigan, we're getting some of the rain right now, the heaviest stuff coming towards us in the next 5 minutes. Tangerine, that's a heads up in the next 10 to 15 minutes as well. Already have some lightning striking around town, but the really heavy rain, we're focused right on the center part of that cell. McDonald at about 25 to 30 minutes, and then the early heads up for Apopka, as it could even be a little small, teeny tiny size hail working through, but a lot of that, some very heavy rain and some strong wind gusts in there. Again, nothing severe, nothing damaging, but it'll certainly make its presence known as it drifts off from the northwest into the southeast. Some heavier downpours as well right over the Disney attractions, also closer to Universal. These are sliding also from the northwest to southeast. I'll put the timer on this for you. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll continue to watch these almost drift parallel to the Florida Turnpike in Osceola County. So there's just a few stronger cells out there. Again, the strongest being the one I showed you that's heading towards the west side of Orange County. We'll talk about more where these are headed tonight, and then another round of thunderstorms coming your way for the weekend. That'll be coming up at about 5:47, guys.
Jonathan, thank you. After a high-profile investigation that included the arrest of the wrong person, the woman now accused of causing a deadly I-4 crash was in court today for her fight for freedom.
Alyssa Montalvo is accused of killing 3 people last October in a hit-and-run crash on I-4, including a Flagler County deputy administrator and his wife. News 6's Darrell Baker was in the courtroom as investigators revealed new details about this case.
First, investigators arrested the wrong person, and now they say the person that they believe is responsible, Alyssa Montalvo, for a deadly I-4 crash last year that killed 3 people, will stay behind bars after a judge denied her bond this afternoon. I'm News 6's Darrell Baker.
She is a risk of harm to the public, and to ensure her presence at trial and the integrity of the judicial process, I do find that the state has met each and every prong of the pretrial detention statute.
Montalvo accused of causing the October 2025 chain reaction crash on I-4 near DeBary that killed 3 people and seriously injured another driver, then leaving the scene. It comes just a week after the release of Lindsay Isaac, who FHP initially arrested, then later learned that they had taken the wrong person into custody.
Someone else was granted a stipulated bond who was facing the same exact charges for this incident. That prior suspect was granted a $250,000 bond.
Now, during that hearing, an FHP trooper who investigated the crash pointed out that Montalvo had her car repaired 3 days after the crash and never reported the damage to her insurance company.
Did Highway Patrol find out that Ms. Montalvo, after the crash, got the car fixed?
Yes. The trooper said investigators found surveillance video showing someone repairing her vehicle at a residence 3 days after the crash. According to the trooper, Montalvo told the mechanic that she had hit a guardrail and didn't tell hhim about the crash. In Volusia County, Jarrell Baker, News 6.
New at 5, a fast-moving fire tearing through a popular Cocoa Beach restaurant this afternoon, forcing emergency crews into a massive response on Minuteman Causeway. The flames erupting just after 3:20 at the Tiny Turtle, a well-known beachside spot. Fire crews from multiple agencies rushed in to contain the fire and keep it from spreading to nearby businesses, including restaurants on either side that officials say were spared damage. Traffic was shut down and redirected. Your Brevard County community correspondent James Barbero spoke to witnesses who saw the fire break out.
The flames were really high, and I could see them from a block away, and I ran here because I was afraid my car was in trouble.
Traffic is still being redirected in this area. The fire marshal is investigating what caused the fire.
A high-speed stop in Osceola County takes a dangerous turn after a traffic citation spirals into an alleged threat against a deputy.
95 on a 65. Yeah.
Deputies say Antonio Lopez was clocked going 95 miles per hour in a 65 zone before being pulled over and issued a citation. But investigators say that's when the situation escalated, with the driver becoming aggressive, then following the deputy at a high speed while making threatening gestures. Authorities say additional units and aviation were called in to help track the vehicle until it was brought to a safe stop. Lopez now faces multiple charges, including aggravated stalking, threats against law enforcement, and reckless driving.
A health warning in Osceola County after a rabies case was confirmed in Kissimmee. The Florida Department of Health has issued a 60-day rabies alert after an unvaccinated cat tested positive for the virus near Academy Circle. The alert area stretches between Fortune Road and Neptune Road, La Teresa Lane, and Heritage Key. Health officials say rabies is nearly always fatal if left untreated, and they are urging people to keep pets vaccinated and avoid contact with stray or wild animals. Anyone who may have been bitten or scratched is urged to seek medical attention immediately. New at 5, federal agents stopped a major drug smuggling operation just off the South Florida coast. The Coast Guard says crews seized about 900 pounds of cocaine worth an estimated $6.7 million from a suspected smuggling boat near Cape Florida Sunday. Authorities say Coast Guard crews worked with Customs and Border Protection to intercept the vessel about a mile offshore. 3 suspected smugglers were taken into custody. The Coast Guard says the operation is part of a larger effort to stop narcotics from reaching U.S. communities.
Also new at 5, Central Florida's airports are getting a major federal cash boost as leaders prepare for record growth across the region. Congressman Darren Soto announced $43 million in new federal funding today for Orlando International Airport and Kissimmee Gateway Airport. MCO will receive $33 million to modernize terminal facilities, including restroom upgrades inside the terminals. Kissimmee Gateway Airport is getting $10 million to help build a new air traffic control tower, replacing an aging facility. Soto says the money is a start, but to keep the airports in top shape, there needs to be more.
I urge the Congress to pass a new infrastructure law that includes airport funding so we can keep this progress going.
Leaders say the projects are designed to improve safety, handle growing tourism demand, and keep Central Florida's airports competitive for years to come. We have breaking news involving the Orlando Magic. Their search for a new head coach is coming to an end.
Sports director Jamie Say confirms the Magic have found their guy, and Jamie joins us now live in studio.
Julie, Lisa, 41-year-old Sean Sweeney is set to become the 13th head coach in Orlando Magic history. A league source confirming to me the Magic are finalizing a deal with him. The Magic, meanwhile, respectfully declined to comment when I reached out to them. Sean Sweeney, though, is currently an assistant coach with the San Antonio Spurs, who are one victory away from the NBA Finals. Sweeney has never been a head coach before. He spent the last 13 years in the NBA as an assistant with the Nets, Bucks, Pistons, Mavericks, and now Spurs. The Magic are going with Sweeney over veteran head coaches and candidates Billy Donovan and Jeff Van Gundy. Sweeney is considered a defensive guru. In his 1 year in San Antonio, the Spurs went from 23rd in the league in team defense to 8th. They just held the Thunder to 91 points last night. He's well respected around the league among some of its best players. He's worked with big stars like Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, and currently Victor Wembanyama. Again, Sweeney has no prior head coaching experience. After the Magic fired Jamal Mosley, president of basketball operations Jeff Weltman said there was no type of coach that the team was looking for. He wanted someone able to take the Magic to the next level. That means playoff success. Once the deal is finalized, Sweeney will take over a Magic team that has not reached its ceiling yet, but it always could. Ladies?
All right, Jamie, thank you.
If you have traffic safety questions, well, we have a guy who knows the answers.
Yeah, this evening, Trooper Steve has some safety tips when it comes to driving around with man's best friend on board, including making sure your pet is strapped in before you hit the road.
Number one, harness wear. Harness wear is going to set you up for success in any way when it comes to really containing your dog to any other accessory. It's so much more comfortable for them, and what it does for you as a handler, as the owner, you will thank me tenfold.
You can watch the full episode right now on our YouTube channel, Hit the Road with Trooper Steve on Patrol, weekdays at 2:30 in the afternoon and 8:30 at night on the new 6 Plus streaming app for your smart TV or at clickorlando.com.
I love seeing Margaret's little face there. Affordable housing is expanding across Central Florida.
New communities opening their doors to families and seniors struggling with high rent.
I mean, when I first walked in, I thought I was in Hollywood.
Coming up, the new options now available, and why leaders say this is just the beginning. First,
a fight could be brewing between an HOA and its residents over oak trees. I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero. I'll explain the foundation concerns the HOA has and how some other people who live here are now reacting.
Did you know there is more to watch on News 6 Plus? Get caught up on Central Florida's news and weather patterns at a time that works for you at 9 o'clock every night. Or go on patrol with Trooper Steve. Get clear on Florida politics from Politically Motivated. And celebrate the best of Central Florida with Are We There Yet? With the News 6 Insiders. You can watch it all right now. Just get the News 6 Plus app loaded onto your smart TV.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Shark Coatings.
Cape Canaveral is so respected for how much it cares for trees that it's actually designated by the Arbor Day Foundation as a tree city. But now in one community, some are worried their HOA could cut down some of these oaks they love.
And I'm not happy about it.
When Sean Schaffner heard that, he reached out and showed me those 15 shady trees, now marked with caution tape. I found out Sean's HOA at the Solana on the River condos is considering cutting down trees because they say their thick roots might be getting in the way of the water line.
Think about the heat. It's going to be hotter than Hades out here if all these trees come down.
Nothing's in stone. Board member Angela Raymond, who used to be on Cape Canaveral City Council, told me the board will have a meeting about the trees next month.
Right now, we have some trees that are negatively affecting the water pipes. I know that we are a tree city, and I very much support trees, but these particular trees are terrible because they have long roots.
Maybe one or two need to be taken down because they're affecting the sidewalks.
Sean thinks if other communities around the country can manage living with large oaks, his neighborhood should too. So if the trees were not to be cut down, how happy would you be?
I'd be ecstatic. I mean, it'd be just as beautiful as it is today. But when I come back into the community and I hear a chainsaw, I'm not going to be pleased.
And Angela told me if the board approves removing any trees, it won't come at any extra cost to the people who live here. We'll keep you updated, whatever they decide. In Brevard County, I'm your Cape Canaveral community correspondent, James Sparvero, News 6.
Turning now to your weather, here is a time-lapse video from our Light Orlando camera over downtown Orlando. You can see dark clouds and spotty showers for most of the afternoon, and it is a weather-aware day.
Yeah, meteorologist Jonathan Kaga is standing by. He's been tracking those showers and storms for us this afternoon. Do things seem to be quieting down now, or how much longer do we have to deal with this?
I think we'll be keeping it around for the next couple of hours as that push further to the east, where the storms we have right now moving out of Lake County. We're still getting hammered right now with a lot of heavy rain right over the Eustis Tavares area. This is now sliding into West Orange County. So Tangerine and Zellwood, good evening. We're giving you guys the early heads up about 15-20 minutes ago, and now we're seeing that slide in. Apopka, we are up next. We have some light rain on the north side of town, but now we have the heaviest rain sliding over the 429. Eventually that's going to head toward Apopka into South Apopka in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Zooming back out also into West Orange County, Ocoee, we are on the dry earth side. We have a few quick hitting downpours sliding through, but all the thunder closer to Windermere and Dr. Phillips with a few lightning strikes hanging around the attractions. Epcot, we had the very heavy rain right now. And we've been watching this cell just around the Point Siena area. This is continuing to push out of town. Still some heavier rain right now. And then weakening as it heads towards Southport and eventually towards the Florida Turnpike. Things are kind of dying down in Osceola County, but certainly still some lightning around right on the Polk-Osceola line for us. At the moment, we're on the clear earth side again toward I-95 along the Space Coast in Brevard County. And then also a few thunderstorms working back toward Flagler and northern Volusia. Palm Coast, we have some light rain right now, but most of this stuff is just towards our south and west. So it early heads up in Flagler Beach. Them tracking some downpours just off to your west. Those are going to be sliding through. Watching the weather closely for the ULA, the hopeful ULA Atlas V launch tonight. Window opening at 7:33. Only a 30% shot for this to get off the ground again weather-wise because we do have that action sliding in from the west. So we're going to be watching that. Gorgeous shot here, though, at the port. Live look with our Launch Credit Union camera. Thunderstorm being reported at the observing site there. 84 degrees is the current air temperature. The breeze light tonight right now anyway at about 3 miles an hour. We're at 89 in Mount Dora. Temperatures all over the place. You can clearly tell where it has rained. Holopaw, we're back to the upper 70s. Same for us in DeLand. Meanwhile, we're still hanging around 90 in Mount Dora. That is going to change big time the next time we check out you guys because we have that thunderstorm hanging around close by. Tomorrow morning, we're back to the mid-70s to start, to 75 in Bushnell. Ocala, we are starting things off tomorrow morning into the lower 70s. Now here's a look at your afternoon.
Your forecast is sponsored by Advent Health.
We are back to the upper 80s. Rain chances staying at 60% tomorrow. We'll pretty much keep that there for the entirety of the weekend. Things change a little bit tomorrow. We're certainly going to have our afternoon thunderstorms, but it's this front that's hanging out over South Georgia that'll sneak into North Florida tomorrow. And that's going to keep kind of the motion out of the northwest to southeast really over your weekend and promote that being the highest opportunity for rain. So there's 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, hanging on to a couple of downpours lingering late. I think we start things off dry tomorrow. And then notice the motion of these these guys as we get into tomorrow. Pretty much from the northwest to the southeast, highest opportunity for rain tomorrow, going to cling towards the Atlantic coastline. I think that's going to be the same deal as we move into Sunday. I think Sunday we could start things off with a couple of scattered downpours in the mix. 86 on Monday with rain chances holding at 60%. Steadily watching those rain chances drop as we get towards the latter stages of next work week, guys.
Jonathan, thank you. A new affordable housing community in Pine Hills is giving people more than just a place to live. It's giving them a fresh start.
Coming up, the free services being offered to help people build financial stability.
This is Barnett Villas, a new affordable housing community in Pine Hills, the latest effort to help people here in Central Florida live and thrive.
Yeah, I mean, when I first walked in, I thought I was in Hollywood.
67-year-old Fred Williams is living in his bachelor pad, enjoying its many amenities.
I walked in, you know, first thing that really took me by surprise was like when I went in the bathroom, the shower, you know, everything's nice, neat.
He also appreciates its affordable pricing. Barnett Villas has 156 apartments for households earning between 50 and 70% of the area median income.
It's really helpful, and I'm sure the rest of the residents feel the same.
More and more affordable housing options are becoming available in Central Florida. In Osceola County, St. Cloud is in the process of approving an affordable housing apartment building for its downtown. And in April,
3, 2, 1, and cut.
Orange County celebrated the opening of Whispering Oaks, a community for families earning up to 80% of the median income. There are several others in the works, as Orange County committed $160 million to build and preserve affordable housing, which includes building a 137-unit complex in West Orlando on South Ivy Lane, rebuilding the former Griffin Park site in Paramore with 725 affordable housing units, and redeveloping the Lorna Doone apartments near Camping World Stadium for seniors.
We need more of this, not just here, but, in other locations in the county.
Residents here can also get free support services like financial literacy courses, employment assistance, and first-time home buyer education programs as the complex partners with a local nonprofit. Reporting in Orange County, Stephanie Rodriguez, News 6.
Well, we continue to stay on top of team coverage. Coming up at 6, a fiery setback for Blue Origin at the Cape. Now less than 24 hours later, future launches are now in question. How the space industry is responding.
This is a live look at downtown Orlando from our Light Orlando Delivering Hope camera. You're watching News 6. We'll be right back.
A massive fireball rocked the Space Coast after Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket exploded on the pad.
We're optimistic whether it be SpaceX or Blue Origin in this case will be the lander that puts us back on the moon in just a couple years.
Tonight, the questions engineers are racing to answer and what it means for future launches. Plus,
so we came out and we could see it from the balcony, the flames.
What nearby neighbors are saying about last night's blast. Our team coverage of this ground test failure starts now.
We are staying on top of dramatic setback for Blue Origin. Its New Glenn rocket erupting in a fireball during a launch test at Cape Canaveral.
We have a team of reporters spread out along the Space Coast digging into what went wrong and what's next after last night's major anomaly. But first, it is a weather-aware day as we deal with another day of downpours.
Meteorologist Jonathan Cake is standing by tracking those showers for us right now. Jonathan?
Yeah, we're watching these push from west to east tonight. It's still the heaviest pretty much in West Orange County. Now we're also watching this cell dip down from northern Marion County. This is right on the Volusia County line, closing in on Pearson and Astor as it slides back from the northwest to the southeast. That's an early heads up in Astor and Pearson that we have some pretty heavy rain and a lot of lightning on the way in the next 30 minutes. Also watch out again. We have these lightning strikes striking very far away from the parent thunderstorm. So would not be outside if you can see the dark clouds, and certainly if you hear the thunder. Some lighter stuff for us along the Flagler Coast, Palm Coast. Good evening. Same for us in Flagler Beach. Nothing too terribly heavy, although a healthy downpour moving into Palm Coast. The heavier stuff is working its way from west to east, and we will be dealing with some of the heavy rain over the next 45 minutes to an hour for a lot of Flagler County. We're mainly on the drier side in Volusia, Port Orange, New Smyrna, just a light shower going on. We are watching eventually more development, though, coming at us from the west. Again, eventually also towards the Space Coast. Hopeful launch tonight. ULA trying to launch a rocket. The percentages aren't that high because those storms are going to be working from west to east. For more on things happening on the Space Coast, send things out to Ginger Gadsden.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. We continue our team coverage now of that catastrophic failure that happened out here on the Space Coast with that New Glenn rocket. I'm standing live right now at Jetty Park, and this is a place where you would normally be able to get a spectacular view of any rocket launch that goes off over my shoulder here. But even if we were that rocket were standing, we'd be hard pressed to see a whole lot of it because we're a good ways away. But this is where families come to see all of those spectacular launches. Now, it happened last night about 9 o'clock. So let's give you some better perspective by going to a map. It's Launch Complex 36, just over 5 miles or so from where we're standing right now. And we have some new chopper video of the launch pad and what it looks like tonight. In a word, charred. So take a look at all that black debris that's on the ground there. That's what's left of the Blue Origin rocket. Not a whole lot to talk about. Let's go to the still picture now to get an even better look of the tower. It's what you're seeing on the left. It is burned to a crisp, and the charred water tower is on the left. So many things happened last night, and all of them equaled that catastrophic failure. I want to bring in now News 6 reporter Catherine Silver. She has been digging for answers, pressing leaders, and trying to figure out exactly what we all want to know, Catherine. What went wrong?
Absolutely. We are asking the same questions to Blue Origin that all the scientists and engineers are asking today. Yeah. What happened? What went wrong? And how do they make sure it never happens again? We, of course, are also asking our space experts what happens next. Around 9 o'clock, the massive New Glenn rocket exploded on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It was captured on camera and captured the attention of people across the coast. What you're seeing in this video is what the space community calls an anomaly, a major mishap during an engine firing test ahead of a planned launch next week.
This is a big deal, and we want to get to the bottom of it.
Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, the chair of the Space Committee, says it's all hands on deck to get New Glenn back in action and the launch pad operational.
Let's hope this was a fluke or some type of situation that can be easily remedied, but we're not going to be launching until we know exactly what happened.
Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos said in a statement on X, "It's too early to know the root cause, but we're already working to find it."
Just a tremendous explosion. Obviously destroyed the rocket. It took out at least one of the lightning towers at the pad and caused other damage.
These things are going to happen from time to time.
We asked the CEO of Space Florida, Florida's Aerospace Finance and Development Authority, about the impact to other companies that rely on launch pads along the coast. He says a setback for Blue Origin is not a setback for the aerospace industry overall.
When you look at the bigger picture, I think we just saw a launch this morning, right? So when you talk about the spaceport as a whole, I think it shows the level of resilience that the system has.
Now, Blue Origin and Bezos have been very clear that all of their personnel are accounted for, and their mission is to recover from this and get back to flying as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Of course, it's anyone's guess exactly how long it could take before we see New Glenn once again. Our experts say it will definitely be months.
Yeah, definitely months. And when you look at how that launch complex looks right now and knowing that that's their only opportunity and place to launch from right now, it really is a definite setback. Catherine Silver, thank you for that live reporting. All right, right now, it's a period of wait and see what will happen as we try to figure out what went wrong and get to the bottom of what happened out here during that catastrophic failure. What we know so far is that last night's test was a dramatic failure, and you can use whatever word you want to describe that. It was spectacular when you see it. I want to show you that video once again, though, the moment Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket erupted into that massive fireball in Launch Complex 36. Crews were conducting an engine test when something went catastrophically wrong. The rocket was preparing for a major Amazon mission expected to launch next month, which is also next week, a flight that would have marked the first time New Glenn carried Amazon's internet satellites into low Earth orbit.
So basically, I go out to the pier, I see that they're doing a static fire on the New Glenn rocket from Blue Origin, and I just stay out there until the static fire was supposed to happen. You see the water deluge start, and then the engines fire. Apparently something in the engine bay exploded, and then it was like a domino effect. It just started exploding up and up and up until it just completely went.
Yeah, that is a young man I met out here today. He came back out to see what was left of Launch Complex 36. Of course, you can't get close to it, so I'm happy we had those chopper videos to show it to you. But he says he could not believe his eyes, and he described it as some sort of nuclear bomb going off. The New Glenn is a giant by rocket standards, designed to carry heavy payloads and loaded with an enormous amount of fuel, and that is exactly what fueled last night's dramatic explosion. The Space Force, meantime, says even though this happened on the pad, it's likely some debris ended up in the water and could wash ashore. So if you see it, they say please don't touch it. Instead, call 911. You can also reach out to Mission Recovery at BlueOrigin.com or call this number. It's 321-222-4355. Once again, 321-222-4355. That's also on our website, clickorlando.com. But it's important for them to find all the debris, not just because it's a danger to you. As we were standing out here just a little while ago, we saw a few dolphins just swimming in the background, and you don't want them to run into that debris either. So just make sure you call that number and do all the right things. But as we send it back into the studio to Julia and Lisa, we're still trying to get some answers as to what happened, but people continue to gather out here because there's another launch tonight. ULA is launching, and there are people who are parking their cars right now because, as I said, this is a really wonderful place to see a spectacular launch when everything goes right. Back to you.
It sure is. All right, Ginger, thank you. And we continue to hear the word setback today, that this explosion of this particular rocket is a setback, not just for the space industry, but for NASA and its Artemis plans to put people on the moon in 2028.
So what exactly does that mean? Our space expert, News 6's Eric Von Aken, is back breaking this down. And Eric, how much could this explosion set back NASA's timeline?
People are still guessing, ladies, months, potentially a year or so. Look, losing the rocket stinks, but the bigger loss is losing its capability to get us to the moon. So here's what I mean by that. The New Glenn is Blue Origin's answer to a heavy lift, heavy duty rocket. This is in better days you're looking at right here, that they used to put Amazon mini satellites into space. Remember, Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, owns Amazon and also this rocket and this company, Blue Origin. Well, there's more to Bezos' plan than just launching internet satellites with that very big rocket. NASA gave Blue Origin almost $3.5 billion, taxpayer bucks, to build a lunar lander. This thing, this spacecraft that will ferry astronauts from outer space down to right there, the surface of the moon, as soon as 3 years from now. That's what the Artemis moon missions are all about, living and working on the surface of the moon. So here's the connection. The rocket that blew up late last night, the New Glenn, is supposed to take that lunar lander to the moon. I asked the UCF professor of space commercialization about all this.
Clearly, we're
at a pause on that while we figure out what happened here. That said, we've got other lift capacity available and coming online for getting to the moon, including SpaceX's Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, United Launch Alliance Vulcan, which they're looking at some issues with the solid rockets, but that should be back online. And of course, you've got SpaceX's Starship along with the Space Launch System. So we've got a lot of launch capability.
Yeah, so the professor's saying for the Artemis moon missions, we got other options, not just for a lunar lander. SpaceX, main competitor, remember, is building one as well. But also other rockets could get Blue Origin's lander to the moon if they decide to pivot and use that rocket instead, while this investigation into New Glenn, the accident on the launch pad, is ongoing. And here's the other thing. NASA's new administrator, a very successful billionaire named Jared Isaacman, who's flown to space twice on his own dime, is very driven. And the speculation is he will not let last night's explosion slow down the Artemis program, which means he pushes potentially for a quick investigation into the explosion, or he pushes to launch that lander on a different rocket, ladies, or potentially both of those scenarios.
Just have to wait and see. All right.
As this investigation is ongoing.
Eric, thank you.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
This portion of the news is sponsored by Advent Health.
The activity along our Space Coast is not done for the day just yet. The window opens in about an hour and a half for a ULA rocket launch.
This will be the second launch from our coast since that Blue Origin explosion.
News 6's Troy Campbell is live at Spaceview Park tonight. And Troy, people are still buzzing about what happened last night.
Yeah, many of them saying they're surprised that this launch is still set to go. So, yep, right now we're at Spaceview Park, where even though we are just hours since that massive explosion, we are getting ready to see a second rocket go up since then from right here behind me. Already this morning, we saw a Falcon 9 go up, and what that did is it brought up some more Starlink satellites, 29 of them into lower Earth orbit. Now, up next, United Launch Alliance's Atlas V rocket. ULA says the mission will send up another batch of internet satellites. This will be a part of Amazon's Leo 7. Now, both of these launches are taking place several miles from where the explosion occurred. Of course, that's when Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket exploded during a hot fire test on Launch Pad Complex 36. People along the Space Coast, we've been speaking to them. They're extra cautious with an eye up on the sky for those launches today. We also spoke to some tourists from Europe who are hoping to catch the launch this evening.
And the first thought was, oh, I wonder if tonight's going to be cancelled. So we've been keeping an eye on the website to see if it's still going to launch.
So weather might actually be a factor with this. At last update, weather was only a 30% chance of a go. But of course, we're going to stay out here. We'll keep an eye on the weather, and we'll keep chatting with people who are out here, hopefully to see this launch. Live at Spaceview Park, Troy Campbell, News 6. Back to you.
All right, Troy, thank you.
And people living nearby are being asked to report any debris they may come across. News 6 investigative reporter Pavlina Asta joins us now from Cape Canaveral, and you have been speaking to people who are keeping an eye out for some of that debris.
Yeah, that's right. We have been talking with dozens of people that live in the Cape Canaveral area, and to my surprise, none of them are concerned with the air quality or even potential debris coming up on their shore.
An explosion lit up the sky over Cape Canaveral.
So we came out and we could see it from the balcony, the flames.
Residents living as close as 10 miles from launch pads say they didn't just hear the boom, they felt it.
It was very smoky. It almost looked like clouds. Now that you say that, it really looked more like clouds from how far maybe we were.
But the smoky air isn't causing them concern about the air quality or debris that could wash up on the beach.
I think everything's fine. We didn't smell anything or haven't really seen anything, so I think everybody's okay.
Dr. Greg Autry is the Associate Provost for Space Commercialization and Strategy at UCF. He says thankfully the chemicals released aren't toxic.
This is methane and liquid oxygen, and what you get out of that is CO2 and water. So that's not a dangerous mix of chemicals.
While we're safe on land, Dr. Autry says the bigger concern is debris in nearby waterways.
Clearly, there's going to be a mess to clean up, and that's, an environmental concern, and you don't want any of that washing into the lagoon.
Blue Origin took to X saying debris could wash ashore within the next few days and weeks.
If you happen to see any of that debris, they say don't touch it, don't approach it, but report it. You can call 321-222-4355, or you can email missionrecovery@blueorigin.com. In Cape Canaveral, I'm Pavlina Austin, News 6.
Thank you.
Your forecast is sponsored by Strata Services.
And before we get to your forecast, we want to make sure you have our free News 6 app and have the breaking news alerts turned on so you can get updates on this story straight to your phone. Our app is free in the App Store. Just search WKMG.
Now it's time to get to our forecast with meteorologist Jonathan Kagas standing by. It was a weather-aware day,
Yes.
and that's why.
Yeah, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. The good thing is nothing damaging out there tonight. Just wanted you to be aware of the heavier rain that's starting to fire back up as we enter back into our routine weather cycle here with these afternoon daily thunderstorms as we approach summer. Watching two big cells, a lot of other things beginning to wind down. Pearson into Astor, we give you guys an early heads up. Now we have some of that rain moving into the north side of town. A lot of lightning associated with this cell. Getting into Astor and Pearson, we'll zoom back out. This is an early heads up for DeLand, Orange City, that within the next hour to hour and a half, we're going to be watching that cell get very, very close to us. And again, that's going to be the cell we're watching for the hopeful ULA launch tonight. If lightning or those anvil clouds from the thunderstorms get too close to the spaceport, they will scrub that so that we have those there that could pose an issue. And then we have the thunderstorms that are hanging around the Orlando metro area right now. Those are making a beeline to the south and east. So maybe enough room to split the difference between some of those higher vertically developed clouds, as we call them, that could produce some lightning. Watching that closely again as we get approach that 7:20-ish hour when the launch window opens. So there's 8 to 9 o'clock tonight, still dealing with a couple of lingering thunderstorms as we move forward. I think everything dies down as we approach midnight tonight. tonight. Then we will watch a few more thunderstorms begin to fire back up tomorrow afternoon. I think your morning looks good. There's 2 to 3 o'clock with a few more scattered thunderstorms firing back up. And then quickly, just like tonight, pushing back towards the Atlantic coast. That's going to be 7 o'clock on your Saturday evening with a few more thunderstorms hanging out mainly on the east side of Central Florida. Then we'll dry things back out, and I think we'll see a change in kind of the weather pattern here, at least in terms of the rainfall pattern. We'll see scattered thunderstorms potentially erupt as early as 7 to 8 o'clock on your Sunday morning. Due to the fact we now have a front that is working its way from north to south, it's not going to bring us any cooler relief or anything like that, but it will act as a focal point to get more downpours going. Rainfall through Saturday, again, depending upon where you are, certainly the opportunity for some very heavy rain in localized spots. You see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of rain, mainly Orlando and north, and then right along the coast. That's going to be where the heaviest rain should focus over the next couple of days. Have a cool shot here. This is a downtown Orlando Skycam, our light Orlando delivering Hope Skycam, and we see some of the heavy rain in the background. That's the big rain shaft there, some of the darker clouds pushing through as we have a couple of thunderstorms there to the south and west of the city. 84 degrees at the airport. The airport is reporting that thunderstorm there as the winds change about 5 to 10 miles an hour in each direction. 77 in Leesburg. We are at 80 in Mount Dora. Kissimmee, good evening. We are back to 81. In Titusville, we're checking in at 84 degrees as we have storms back off towards our west. Tomorrow morning, we're back to the mid-70s. We have a dry start, but more storms into your afternoon. For that, here's a look at your forecast.
Your forecast is sponsored by Strata Services.
Temperatures tomorrow hanging in the upper 80s, rain chances at about 60%. We'll keep rain chances elevated as we get into the second half of your weekend as well. 60% chance for storms on Monday. Those rain chances drop a little bit to the middle of next week, and then some drier air punches back in towards the end of next work week, guys.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Right now, Orange County deputies are asking for the public's help as they investigate a violent sex crimes case. Detectives arrested 22-year-old Peter Gavriletz earlier this month on charges of rape, false imprisonment, and battery by strangulation. Investigators say the attack was extremely violent, and they are now concerned there could be other victims who have not come forward. Anyone with information is urged to contact the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Happening right now, a fast-moving fire tearing through a popular Cocoa Beach restaurant this afternoon, forcing emergency crews into a massive response on Minuteman Causeway. The flames erupting just after 3:20 at the Tiny Turtle, a well-known beachside spot. Traffic is still being redirected in the area. The fire marshal is investigating what caused the fire.
We'll be right back. Our top story this evening is the major rocket mishap along our Space Coast. The blast lighting up the sky last night and rattling nearby homes. The explosion was so powerful, people who live miles away from Launch Pad 36 didn't just see it, they also felt it. It's one of the largest and most powerful operational rockets in the world. Blue Origin says this all happened during a static test on the launch pad. That's when they test the engines before launch.
Speaking of launches, United Launch Alliance is set for liftoff. ULA sharing this yesterday, showing crews bringing the Atlas V rocket to its Cape Canaveral launch pad. The launch will deliver a batch of Amazon satellites into low Earth orbit. Right now, liftoff is set for a little over an hour from now, between 7:33 and 8:02.
The Orlando Magic have found their man to lead the team about 30 days after firing Jamal Mosley. The team finalizing an agreement with Sean Sweeney. He is currently an assistant coach with the San Antonio Spurs. He's never been a head coach before, but is a well-respected defensive guru who has spent 13 years in the NBA as an assistant coach, first with the Nets, then with the Bucks, the Pistons, Mavericks, and now the Spurs.
Jonathan has a look at our Friday night forecast.
Yeah, watching some thunderstorms, especially right smack dab in the middle of the Florida Peninsula through the I-4 corridor, moving into Volusia County as well. So watching that for the hopeful launch in about an hour. Those are going to be encroaching on the Space Coast. Rain chances staying elevated for your weekend at about 60%. Not a total loss, but just download the free News 6 weather app and you can track those storms right into your location if you need to move things in for a little bit. 60% chop for more storms on Monday, and then that chance winds down a little bit towards the end of next work week, guys.
All right, thanks, Jonathan.
More news at 9 on ClickOrlando.com and the News 6 Plus streaming app.
Have a great night and a great weekend. I'm News 6 anchor Julie Broughton with a look at today's top stories. The Orlando Magic have their new head coach. Sean Sweeney is currently the associate head coach for the San Antonio Spurs. He'll get his first crack at being a head coach after 13 years as an assistant. The 41-year-old will replace Jamal Mosley, who was let go by the Magic after 5 seasons and 3 consecutive first-round playoff exits. A health warning in Osceola County after a rabies case was confirmed in Kissimmee. The Florida Department of Health has issued a 60-day rabies alert after an unvaccinated cat tested positive for the virus near Academy Circle. The alert area stretches between Fortune Road, Neptune Road, La Terraza Lane, and Heritage Key. Health officials say rabies is nearly always fatal if left untreated, and they are urging people to keep pets vaccinated and avoid contact with stray or wild animals. Anyone who may have been bitten or scratched is urged to seek medical attention immediately. Congressman Darren Soto announced $43 million in new federal funding for Orlando International Airport and Kissimmee Gateway Airport. MCO will receive $33 million to modernize terminal facilities, including restroom upgrades inside Terminals 1 and 3. Kissimmee Gateway Airport is getting $10 million to help build a new air traffic control tower, replacing its aging facility. Leaders say the projects are designed to improve safety, handle growing tourism demand, and keep Central Florida's airports competitive for years to come. That's it for now. We'll have a look at your forecast in the next 15 minutes. Someone to do my weather show, so Jonathan didn't have to do all that. Because that's what was always happening before.
He probably would have actually flipped over all the computers.
No, I just go crazy and be like, oh my gosh, how do I get this all done? Cool. Thank you, guys.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Storm chances stay elevated for some for the weekend. I'll show you who has the best chance for thunderstorms over your weekend coming up tonight at 11.
I thought you were going to do the whole tropical graph.
This is a hurricane.
Wes was showing and tracking the tropics graphic.
That is a joke. I'm quoting Wesh. Yeah, Tony was going, I can't deal. They're terrible.
4, 3, 2.
We're dodging some scattered thunderstorms for your weekend. I'll show you who has the best shot to see one at 11. All right, here we go in 3, 2. Muggy start to your Saturday. We should be dry. Temperatures back to the mid to upper 70s to start. Dry in the morning, that is. Rain chances getting back to 60% for your afternoon. Tomorrow, we're back to the upper 80s in Leesburg, 88 degrees in Sanford. We'll fire off those afternoon scattered thunderstorms, just like what we've seen over the past couple of days. Not a total loss by any means, but you have to do some dodging. The free New 6 Weather app, great tool to get you through the weekend if you have outdoor plans. 60% chance for thunderstorms on Sunday. Same deal on Monday. Then the rain chances dial back a little bit, especially towards the end of the upcoming work week. Some drier air sneaks back in. 40% shot for storms on Thursday. 20% chance on Friday. Most will be dry. We are a little hotter again as air temperatures climb back into the lower 90s.